what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
The White Lotus finale leaves fans wanting more and already anticipating a season 3. Plus, the best shows of 2022. What was your favorite show of the year? A group of labor and delivery nurses get fired for mocking patients on TikTok. Did they deserve to get let go? And comedian Heather McDonald and Grammy winner Jewel will both be here live.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all,
Just stop.
this is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Welcome to DBL. The crew's back, and I didn't get to see the studio decorated. It looks phenomenal. You came back from Chicago, so this is your first time seeing it
It looks
decorated
great.
too.
It looks fantastic.
How was Chicago?
It was great.
Did I see
Does
you?
this look a little tighter?
I saw you and the kids making handmade raviolis.
Yeah, and eating raviolis and a lot of cheese and drinks and beef sandwiches and
A lot. Did you
it
go
was
to
a lot.
Portillo's?
Of course.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
And
yeah.
your two buddies that we know, Tony.
Oh, I thought you were going to say your two bills. I'm like, yeah, I'm a little past that. But yeah, I saw all my buddies.
Vita Don was not there.
Vitantan was not there, but Mimo was there.
Mimo.
Yeah, Mimo was there. Yeah.
Mimo.
Love it. Okay, so we got to talk about this because everywhere you look on social media, people are talking about the hit HBO series White Lotus. But before I describe it, we're not going to give away spoilers, okay? I have not yet seen the finale. So it's a mystery about a fancy resort hotel. This season it was in Sicily. The finale aired on Sunday, finally revealing who died. And again, no spoilers, but it is at the top of the list of the best TV shows of 2022. And let's be honest, there were a ton of really good shows that aired or streamed this past year. Some other top picks include popular shows like Yellowstone. That show is now in its 5th season. Abbott Elementary is on a lot of lists for the best show of the year. It received 5 Golden Globe nominations yesterday. And The Crown on Netflix was on a number of top show lists this season, but it was all about Charles and Diana's divorce, if you remember, created a lot of controversy on The Crown. So what was your favorite show of 2022, Tori, and what shows did you not like so much?
I loved Severance. I was trying to give it more of a thing, but it didn't work out. Anyway, Severance was my pick. It aired or premiered in February, and I really think it was an allegory for like work life and home life. And what it is, if you're severed, is you can't remember your home life at work or your work life at home. Like your brain has been severed.
Compartmentalized.
Literally. And so it's all about a mystery. Adam Scott. It's just John Turturro, excuse me, but a great, if you're interested in sort of like a mystery, suspense, top show of the year for me.
What did you not like?
She-Hulk.
Oh.
I wanted to like it, and I liked Tatiana Maslany, the actress, but it just didn't do well.
Okay.
For me.
For you.
It was a she-boo.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And Jeffrey?
Severance, great show.
Thank you.
Haven't
Really
seen
great
it
show.
yet. I gotta watch it. Okay.
Yeah, it's
So
a good one. It's a
good.
good one. Mine is The Offer. Okay, I love that show. I love the time era. It's all like real characters. I love this guy. Miles Teller.
Yes.
Yeah, I love this
guy.
But it's just, you know what I mean? It's just a different era, right? I understand things weren't perfect in the world there, but it was about the making of The Godfather.
Yeah.
Very cool, very old Hollywood, and I really just enjoyed
And
it.
based on a true story. It's
Yeah,
phenomenal.
yeah, it's
I
all
loved
true.
it too. I almost
Behind the
picked
scenes.
The Offer. The worst show.
Thanks to you, 1899.
It's not the worst show.
It's the worst show ever. The director passed away or started a drug or
Why are
alcohol
you
problem.
saying that?
And yeah.
Is that true?
No,
it's not true. But the second half of the series is bananas
Okay.
bad.
Jeffrey
It's so
Schroeder.
stupid.
Jeffrey Schroeder. I literally looked at TV Guide's top list of TV shows this morning to kind of jog my memory, and 1899 is on there as the top show.
No,
It may
because
not be
people
your-
are stupid. That's why. Yeah, that's why. Listen, if you write a fantastic show the first 4 episodes, and then you're just like, well, what are we going to do now? I don't know. Let's bring in this 5-year-old to finish it. Yeah. Watch it. Go ahead. Waste 8 hours of your life.
All right. Okay. Erica, favorite?
I'm going to go with First Wives Club on BET. You know, I love a comeback story, and this really has a lot of great elements of comeback power. Some of my favorite people, look at Jill Scott, she looks so beautiful. Essence, oh my God, Michelle Buteau. I just love them all. I love the spirit of this show.
And do you have a worst?
Okay, I'm gonna go with, and I know this is a top one, but I'm gonna go with The Watcher, and this is why. It's not because
I liked it.
there was anything wrong with the particular show. It's the way that it made me feel.
Creeped out.
And I can't. Apparently, that means that it was really good.
No, I'll give you some ammo for that because I really liked it, and then I tend to go on these deep dives to figure out because it's supposed to be based on a true story. Literally, none of it was really true.
None of it was true.
There was like
one thing.
They got a letter.
They had a house
They
and a
got a
letter.
letter.
They got one letter.
Yeah.
That was it. The Watcher, I'm watching nothing. It was terrible. I thought it was terrible.
I liked it.
Okay. All right.
Except to the end, but I understand it does give you some creepy vibes.
Yeah, I couldn't like walk around my house freely.
I liked it. How about you, Sam?
So-
1899 was your favorite?
No, not at all. I
Oh.
thought it was fantastic.
Well, tell more people about it.
It wasn't my favorite. My favorite is Wednesday. I'm obsessed with Wednesday.
That's a good Sam show.
Oh my gosh, if you guys have not seen Wednesday yet, don't listen to my recommendations, Jeff, because according to you, I have crappy
I
recommendations.
won't be watching Wednesday.
Wednesday is fantastic. I love it. As far as shows that I hate, football.
Just like in general? Like the sport?
Yes.
The sport of football.
Well, listen, that just proves my point. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I'm like, what show is football?
Is that on HBO?
It's on every major network.
Yeah, we're familiar, Sam. I'm a season ticket holder. You'll remember.
It's on
Although the
every major
49ers
network.
have this young kid that's quite good.
Really?
Yeah.
Which kid?
Purdy?
Purdy.
The young kid
He's
that's
Purdy or
quite
is his name
good.
Purdy?
No, he's really good.
Oh, and he's
Yeah.
Purdy.
So what
And he was like a
position does he play?
I have no idea. I just know that my
He's the
parents told me
quarterback.
last night, that he was not a good draft pick, but now all of a sudden
He's Mr.
like,
Insignificant, so that's the last pick of the draft. Long story short, the 49ers' first two quarterbacks got hurt. He was the third-string quarterback, and he's coming
What a
in. He's a rookie.
story. It's like
and they have a chance to win the
Seabiscuit.
Super Bowl.
okay, irrelevant.
Yeah.
Irrelevant.
Okay.
No, Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh, okay. You were wrong. You said Mr. Insignificant. That's
Oh, I did?
embarrassing. Yeah, you did.
I'm not embarrassed at all.
Okay,
Yeah.
Tori, before we go, I always make you, because we started with White Lotus, and what do I always make you do? Your Jennifer Coolidge impression. Can you please show the viewers?
Okay, ready?
DBL's new and coming up. We got Jewel. Hey, Portia. You hate me.
Oh, plus a video on TikTok of, this is serious, sorry, labor and delivery. Go ahead, Sam, my love.
Labor and delivery
That was pretty good, though. That was pretty good.
Mocking their patients get them in big trouble. We're going to talk all about whether they deserved to be fired. That's coming up next. Thank you.
It's happy holiday season time.
From our DBL family
To yours, we want to wish you
A happy holiday season.
A happy holiday season.
I know. So I love Tori's impressions, but I definitely think Jennifer Coolidge is at the top of my list. Yeah. Then I would say, because I've seen her do quite a bit. So there's Reba, Jennifer Coolidge. Oh, Jodie Foster. Yeah, Tori, do your Jodie Foster. Do I? Tree in the wind.
Oh no, I hate that. That's Nell. Tay in the wind. Tay in the wind. It's a really interesting movie. But she also does this. She does this a lot of lip.
Yeah.
Oh, here, you Hannibal. Little Southern. I'm Clarice. I'm Clarice. That's okay. Can the audience put in another person? Who's another person? To do another impression.
You're really good at impressions.
How
Who
about-
else do you do?
I can do this guy.
Okay.
And on the golden bathroom was a golden toilet.
Oh yeah, she's good at that's
Robin Leach.
Robin Leach, Lifestyles of the Rich and the Famous.
Super relevant.
Yeah.
Super relevant.
No, you're good at him.
That's
Yeah.
all. No one's heard of him. No, of course not. You don't think it was a good
Everyone
impression?
knows who Robin Leach is.
No, he thinks it was a bad impression. A goal.
Greatest impression.
You said no one knows who Robin Leach is.
Everyone knows Robin Leach.
He was on True Beverly Hills. He was on. Yeah. Okay. What about who else do you think she could do? Oh, was he nice?
Back in like the late 80s. Oh, this is
Okay. Bane and
I'm Bane.
Jennifer. These are good. That's Jennifer Coolidge. None of those are good. It's hard out here in these DBL streets.
It really is. It's called a cold room. Freezing. You know?
Do you ever forget to put? Oh, I can't say it on your Do I feel short or?
Oh, all the time.
Am I okay?
Oh, you can say
It's not a word.
Welcome back. Celine Dion recently shocked the world by announcing she's been diagnosed with stiff person syndrome, leaving us all wondering if she'll ever be able to perform again. So what do we know about stiff person syndrome, and is it something that we should all be worried about? To help us with this, we've got the one and only Dr. Coley with us today. Thank you so much, Dr. Coley, for answering our questions. A lot of people have been writing in about this.
Yeah, so Dr. Coley, a lot of us had never heard of this illness until Celine's announcement. What are some of the symptoms and how is it treated?
You know, honestly, it's so rare. It's a 1 in a million that I've only seen one single case of it in my medical training. It was during medical school, very dramatic, because I walked into the room. The person was literally like a board on their bed, couldn't get out of bed, couldn't move, and they had asymmetry, so one side was more involved than the other. But this has been around for some time. It used to be called stiff man syndrome, but then we realized it actually affects females a little more commonly than males, and so they changed the name to stiff person syndrome. And you know, we have our brain and our spinal cord has nerves that control our muscles, and it sends signals through chemicals to control those muscles. And basically the chemicals that are involved in those signals are what's damaged in stiff person syndrome. So the muscles get stuck in the on position. The off chemical is basically affected. So think about it like your stereo with the volume turned up all the way. You know, the muscles are really rigid. And we're not just talking minor muscle spasms. These are muscle spasms that can make you fall over, that can make you scream out in pain, that can prevent you from doing anything. And unfortunately, there's no cure. You just sort of treat the symptoms.
Oh my gosh.
I feel so bad for Celine.
I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine.
Okay, so this next story, sorry, trying to process it, but Dr. Coley, we wanted to get your opinion because this next story is pretty crazy. It's all over. It's gone viral. So the nurses from an Atlanta hospital were fired after posting videos mocking their patients. It's all part of a TikTok trend of people describing their quote-unquote icks or things that annoy them. So let's take a look, and then we're going to talk to Dr. Coley.
My ick is when you come in for your induction talking about, can I take a shower and eat?
What? My ick is when you ask me how much the baby weighs and it's still in your hands.
Dad comes outside and asks for a paternity test right outside the room door.
So Dr. Coley, what are your thoughts on this? And have you ever encountered anything similar?
You know, this happens all the time behind closed doors in medicine, right? People work in medicine, they get annoyed by things. But this sort of a public display on social media of something so private. You know, when you go into the doctor's office and you close that door, we've taken an oath to keep everything between us and the patient, no matter what they tell you, no matter how egregious it is, no matter how much it might disagree with your beliefs or, you know, the way that you conduct your life. To put it on public display like this, to me, they shouldn't just have been fired. I think they should actually get their medical license revoked. I think these nurses need to be made an example of, because this is becoming an epidemic in medicine where doctors are, you know, getting rid of patient privacy, getting rid of patient respect by displaying all types of things. Like one of my friends who got in big trouble put in his surgery. He was doing a surgery on somebody who had a big tumor in a kind of a strange place, and he put that patient's surgery on social media.
My God.
Now, he didn't use the patient's name, but imagine if you are that patient or that patient's family and you see this kind of a mockery on social media. I mean, this is not a reality show, guys. This is people's lives, their health problems, their ups and their downs, and to make a joke out of it like this, I think is incredibly unprofessional.
Yeah, I thought it was outrageous. I was glad it was Emory University. I was glad they were fired. I also think their medical license, just because of the basic necessity of being kind. Like, one of them was like, my ick factor is when somebody wants a blanket.
What if they didn't know? Let me play devil's advocate here, because I'm not condoning it. But what if the person filming them What if they had a couple of followers and they just thought, oh, I'm participating in this trend, you caught me off guard, and then the person uploads it and then boom, it exploded? Again, not condoning it, but do you give them any benefit of the doubt?
No, that's a breach of the Hippocratic Oath, isn't it? I mean, you really can't do that.
And you're being filmed. You're not having this conversation in the break room. You're performing for social media to get followers. And this is what makes me really upset, because doctors are also jumping onto this trend, and we need to stop it right now.
All right, Dr. Coley, thank you so much for being here and, of course, answering all of our questions. If you have a question for Dr. Coley, please write us. You can also follow Dr. Coley on Twitter at PyleColeyMD, and we could read your question on air. Thanks again, Dr. Coley. We'll be right back with Jewel.
Billions of emails are sent every day, and as we all probably see in our inboxes, many of them are marketing promotions. Verify viewer Linda says her inbox is full of them. She texted our team to ask if a business can sell her email address after she unsubscribed from its mailing list. So Linda, let's verify. Our sources are the Canned Spam Act, the Federal Trade Commission, and Andrew Sternke, Chief Executive Officer and Private Investigator at Juris Disputes and Investigations. A 2003 federal law called the Canned Spam Act sets the rules for businesses that send commercial marketing emails. It requires companies to do two things: identify these emails as advertising and tell you how to opt out of receiving future emails from that company. According to the Canned Spam Act and the FTC, once you submit an opt-out request, businesses must remove you from their mailing list within 10 days, and they can no longer sell or transfer your email address. The FTC says there's one exception. Companies can transfer emails on its mailing list to a company that it's hired to help them comply with the Canned Spam Act. If companies don't follow the rules, they can face hefty fines. So Linda, we can verify, no. Businesses are not legally allowed to sell your email address after you unsubscribe from their mailing list. According to cybersecurity expert Andrew Sternke, the removal of emails from a mailing list is a self-regulated process that comes with some issues.
There's nothing saying that they didn't already sell your information, your email, prior to you opting out. They just can't do it once you opt out.
With your Verify, I'm Adiante Till.
Love me some Jewel. Welcome back to DBL. So our next guest went from a girl who grew up with no running water on an Alaskan homestead to a homeless teenager in San Diego to an award-winning multi-platinum recording artist who released one of the best-selling debuts of all time. Please welcome Jewel.
Yeah! Jewel, so good to talk to you today. Big fan, I think we all are. But Freewheelin' Woman is your first studio album in 7 years. How did you lay the groundwork for this, first of all? And are you most proud of one track over another? I'm nervous.
You know, the one you played, oh, it's so sweet. It's so nice to be with you guys. I took 7 years off. I'm a single mom, and I really wanted to focus on my son. That was actually a promise I made myself when I was 18, when I got discovered. I knew with my emotional background that, God forbid, someone like me become famous. That means, you know, it's like every movie you've seen about every celebrity. They end up in drug use and with psychotic breakdowns, and I didn't want that to happen. So I've always taken really big breaks in my career to make sure that my life is my best work of art, not just that my art is my art. But I love this album. It's the first album I've written from scratch, and the song you guys played a clip of is the first one I wrote, and I think it is my favorite.
Oh my gosh, I don't blame you. It was
delicious.
Beautiful. You brought up being a mom, and I think some people are not talking enough about is being a mom with a career, specifically a career in the music industry. Can you share your experience with our audience?
Yeah, I called this album Freewheeling Woman because I wanted it to represent who I am now. I'm a 48-year-old woman, and I'm actually at the height of my singing power. I believe I'm writing better than I've ever written. And for me as a young woman in this industry, I didn't see women enter motherhood and become mothers and talk about being mothers and watch us age and talk about the entire thing. And I actually mentor several musicians now, young mothers who are trying to figure out how to tour with babies. How do you have your child in school and be a musician? It's obviously a niche market, but it's just particular challenges I think we face as mothers. And most importantly, I wanted people to see I feel empowered. I'm proud of where I am. I fought hard to be where I am as a woman. I get to dictate where my life goes. I'm not beholden to anyone. And I did it as a writer. And so that's why I wanted this album to be written from scratch, to have that feeling.
I love that. Jewel, we're so happy to see your passion for raising mental health awareness. Can you tell us how your own journey paved the way for you to help others?
Yeah, I moved out when I was 15, and I knew statistically kids like me end up repeating the cycle. And I didn't want to be a statistic. I wanted to believe that happiness was for people like me too. But I didn't have money for traditional support systems like therapy. So I started to develop tools that started to help me create new habits. And when I got discovered, one of the first things I did was help form the Inspiring Children Foundation, where we take these behavioral tools that I developed. We worked with neuroscientists to show why they work, how they rewire the brain. And now we're one of the top in the country at helping kids with suicidal and anxiety. And again, it's without therapy. Not that I'm against therapy. Not everybody has access. So I've been trying to find ways that could supplement therapy or even work with it. And in doing this, we realized 50% of the nation lives in what I call a mental health desert. They don't actually even have access to any mental health tools, any mental health resources. So that's why we started the #NotAloneChallenge. Challenge.
So speaking of those tools, Jewel, by the way, you are a Jewel. It's lovely hearing from you. Where can our viewers find mental health tools to feel less alone, especially during the holidays, which, to be honest, are really, really hard for a lot of people?
Yeah, we started the #NotAloneChallenge so that we could save lives over the holidays, reminding people they're not alone, but more importantly, not just reminding them they're not alone, but offering free mental health tools. For people to find those tools, they can go to notalonechallenge.org. We're also auctioning off amazing items from actors, CEOs, musicians, athletes, and people can go on there and bid on those auctions, and all the money raises to go toward creating scalable digital mental health tools so that these people in these mental health deserts can finally get help.
She's such a good human being.
What a gift.
What a human,
I know.
right?
I know,
Jeez.
Jewel.
And the auction items, you guys, are so fun. You know Misha Collins from Supernatural? I heard you guys talking about TV shows earlier. He's going to do a custom poem for somebody. The DJ, Charlie Jordan, is going to do a VIP dinner, nightclub experience. You could watch a movie with Chevy Chase. Or the Bryan brothers, if anybody loves tennis, the Bryan brothers will play teams with you at the Miami Open, which is pretty cool.
Oh my God.
Wow, Jewel, do you have a favorite show from 2022?
Gosh, you know, I've been hearing so much about White Lotus. I haven't checked it out yet, but that's on my list.
Yeah.
You are so lucky you get to binge it all at the same time.
Real good.
Jewel, thank you so much. To our viewers, you can find more information on the Not Alone Challenge in Jewel's Instagram bio @Jewel, and use the #NotAloneChallenge to share your own mental health struggles and successes. And of course, you can listen to Freewheelin' Woman out now. Thank you so much, Jewel. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Jewel.
There are no more tears, sweetheart.
So I'm not proud of this mini feast, but here's one that would put it to shame. This post on Reddit went viral this week, not for how big and beautiful the spread is, but for how gross it is to have all that food out for so long with so many hovering hands, the commenters pointed out. Of course, 'tis the season to snack, to nibble, to graze, so let's verify, when does food go from gorgeous to gross? We turn to only the finest, freshest sources to find out. A food safety rule of thumb from the Department of Health and Human Services: never leave perishable foods out of the fridge for more than 2 hours. Past that point, it could make you sick.
Sometimes bacteria can cause food to spoil, but other times it can cause food to become unsafe and cause foodborne illness.
But what about cheese? Isn't aging kind of part of the process? Well, the rule still applies. Dairy Management Inc., a trade group that includes the National Dairy Council, says after 2 hours, hard cheeses like cheddar and Gouda need to go back to the fridge, and soft cheeses like brie and mozzarella should be tossed out. And that really goes for anything that belongs in a refrigerator, including raw meats and leftover cooked food.
When in doubt, throw it out.
HHS advises keeping hot foods on a chafing dish or in a warming tray or slow cooker. Anytime food gets between 40 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit, it becomes a feast for bacteria.
I have my own thermometer. I think that's a really good tool for people to have at home.
Even a hot, freshly cooked meal, sauce, or dip won't last once it cools down and enters the danger zone. As soon as it drops below 140, start the 2-hour countdown.
If you think you might have some leftovers, to just heat up and serve a small amount at a time.
And in 2022, we're still unfortunately passing more than just the appetizers. So to prevent the spread of viruses, make sure you have plenty of serving utensils and have people eat off their own plates, keeping their hands off the finger foods.
Just be intentional. Make food safety a part of your plan for your party.
When it comes to food prep, try not to put things out too early because then it starts the clock earlier. Also, use common sense. Wash your hands, wash your knives and your cutting boards for at least 20 seconds. Keep raw foods and prepared foods separately, and check for mold on baked goods before eating or serving. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
The Biden administration issuing billions of dollars in loans to help make electric vehicle batteries. Let's connect the dots. One of the largest automakers in the world working towards its goal of going all electric. General Motors wants to phase out gas vehicles by 2036, but they're going to need a lot of electric batteries to pull that off. Now, the Biden administration issuing a $2.5 billion loan to help build 3 factories in Ohio, Michigan, and Tennessee. It'll help jumpstart domestic battery production. It all comes as several big names expand their electric vehicle production in South Carolina. Volvo and BMW, just a few of the automakers investing billions into electric vehicles. All of this to encourage Americans to hop in the driver's seat of the next generation of vehicles. And that is Connecting the Dots.
Well, we have a lot of comments in regard to Jewel. Barbara says she is such a great example of using her platform for a great cause that she actually lived through herself, a genuinely good soul. And Jamie says, thank you for discussing the subject of mental health. Good for her.
Yeah.
She's really lived a tumultuous life.
And a successful one.
Yes, amazing.
Comeback story.
Yeah, she is.
I wanted to tell her you're saving a lot of souls. You get that joke?
Yeah, you will save your soul.
Thanks for
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of
And
the
the
show
impression.
online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Comedian Heather McDonald will be here live. She's giving us the scoop on her podcast. And the stars came out for the big Avatar premiere last night. Will it end up being the biggest movie of the year?
Running warm, being feverish. What's the difference? And when you're sick, why does it matter? Searches for what qualifies as a fever shot up this weekend online. So let's verify. Our sources are the CDC, several hospitals, and Dr. Michael Knight from George Washington University.
Sure. So fever is when our body starts to react to either an infection or our immune system is revved up, if you will, because of an autoimmune condition.
And your body temperature rises. Regardless of if you're a person who runs hot or you're someone who's always cold, our experts agree that most healthcare providers consider a temperature of 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit or above to be a fever. Though Cedars-Sinai Hospital explains that anything from 99.6 to 100.3 could be considered a low-grade fever.
When we think about what is a fever, it's when the temperature of the body is higher than your average temperature.
A fever is a sign your immune system is at work, but it's still a symptom that you can treat, kind of like a cough or a headache. So Dr. Knight says not to worry about taking something to bring a fever down, to help you feel better and avoid dehydration.
Fever reducers such as acetaminophen, ibuprofen, or aspirin have not been shown to prevent your body from fighting an infection.
And because fevers are just another symptom of illness, you might not have a fever even if you are sick. So if you are experiencing other signs of illness, it's worth checking in with your doctor. And if you do have a fever, the CDC recommends waiting until 24 hours after your temperature normalizes to go back to work. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. So the stars did come out to walk the blue carpet for the Avatar, The Way of the Water premiere in Los Angeles. Zoe Saldana looked stunning, you guys. Look at her in this black strapless gown. Her co-star Sam Worthington made an appearance. They both starred in the original back in 2009. It's been that long. Wow. Sigourney Weaver is back, but this time plays the adopted daughter of Sam and Zoe's characters. She played Dr. Grace Augustine in the first film. And singers The Weeknd and her both released new music on the film's soundtrack. But missing from the premiere was the film's director, James Cameron. He had to skip it after catching COVID. The film reportedly cost $250 million, but James said earlier it will need to make $2 billion in order to even turn a profit. So, question is, will Avatar be the biggest movie of the year, Tori? Is it going to beat Top Gun? What do you think? What?
$2 billion? You have to be, let me look this up, I saw it, the third or fourth highest grossing film in history to break even. This is the dumbest move ever. 2009 was too long ago to have people have momentum to want to get back in the theater. Plus, the CGI, to me, is not any heart. There's no investment in these characters. I felt more investment with like the Brontosaurus in 1993 from Jurassic Park because there's heart there. Avatar is just too overblown, too much money. I think it's gonna sink in the way of the water.
What?
It's the name of the film.
Avatar has so much humanity. First of all, the $2 billion, you're not remembering all the licensing deals. So I'm sure he's banking on the fact that there's going to be T-shirts and hats and figurines and all types of sorts of things.
But is it like still trendy now? I feel like Avatar, I don't know.
Well, is Avatar on that top whatever list you have?
Well, no, because it's been like 20 years.
Yeah, I still think it might be on the top.
No, it
of
has.
all time.
No, it did. The first one did. And I'm not saying it couldn't. I'm just saying to have that much momentum after it already has done that, after many, many years, to me, I'm not seeing people racing to get in line to go see Avatar. And you need people in line for this.
Well, he hasn't been sitting on his hands. And to go see this is going to draw people back to the theater, right? If you're going to see a movie in the theater at all after COVID and all this, you're going to see Avatar in 3D. And if you're bringing your family, that ticket's over $100. So it's not like a $10 pop each time. I think he's going to make his money back because this is going to go international, right? And then with all the merchandising, the rides at Disney, whoever made it, he's been working on this for 10 years, and it's James Cameron. The whole time he's been working. It's going to be good. He's going to get big numbers.
It's going to blow our
Avatar
minds.
1 is probably in the top 5, I would say, I don't know, of all-time grossing films. Now, because of inflation, tickets are a little bit more. I think they're going to hit that number.
I'm just told that Avatar is the top grossing movie of all time.
It was amazing of all time. No, I'm saying the second one has to then be their third or fourth highest of all time to even break even.
She's not kidding.
I just think Avatar stinks. Avatar stinks.
I understood. See, y'all are invested in it. I've never seen Avatar, and I never had any desire to see it.
Awful.
So I'm coming at it, thinking of it a little differently. And what Tori said made a lot of sense. They would have to at least do, well, close to what they did the first time.
Right.
And the truth is, the first time I remember people saying it's something like we've never seen before.
Yes.
That was the big pull to
And now
get
you've seen
people
it.
to the theater. I'm just more like bummed for James Cameron. Like, you spend all this time
Couldn't
and
go to-
resource, and you can't even go to the premiere. Like, dang, that sucks.
Are the premieres getting, like, when I saw everybody, like, isn't it getting a little, like, just watch the movie? You know what I mean? I don't care.
They're doing these.
Yeah, the blue carpet. Yeah, I'm over it.
Did you go to your movie premiere, the movie that you were in?
Yeah, it was a step and repeat, and I didn't like it.
Yeah, right.
No, I didn't. I think it's corny. I think it's corny. I really do. I'm not just saying that. I just think, like, great, you did the movie, you got paid millions of dollars, now you need to pose. I don't know, just get in there.
Too much.
Go out to dinner, go home. Yeah.
Okay. It turns out we've been saying Brendan Fraser's name wrong. We all thought it was Fraser, like the Cheers character, right? Well, he revealed the correct way to say it during a conversation with Adam Sandler. Take a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brendan Fraser. How do you say it now? Fraser. Like I'm going to say Fraser anyway. Let me say Fraser. Get a shave. But I. You know what? Right. Nobody's ever got my name. Brendan Fraser. See, it didn't sound right. It felt good though. All right.
It doesn't sound right. Brendan's new movie, The Whale, has also been receiving some criticism over the fact that he wore a fat suit in the film, but the movie's director says he doesn't understand the backlash. He said the goal was to make Brendan's 600-pound character look as realistic as possible, because if it didn't look real, it would look like a joke. He added that people with obesity are often portrayed as bad guys or as punchlines, but the character in The Whale is a complete person with both good and bad parts about him. Listen, we hear mixed reviews about The Whale. Most people are saying that he gave an extraordinary performance. What about us getting his name? So it's Brendan Fraser.
Yeah.
Like Razor.
Right, and then I watched the Adam Sandler interview. He kept calling him Fraser. And he was like, I guess it doesn't matter. I felt so bad. And yeah, I never would have thought, but it's more Irish, Fraser.
Well, if you're looking at it, it's like we just really just want to say what we want to say is what it really comes down to. It's like all of a sudden we had this issue earlier this week. We defy the rules of just basic phonics, okay? It looks like Fraser. It's more comfortable for people to say Fraser, but it also shows how little we really have invested in simple human things like learning people's names, because for Rihanna to be called Rihanna for all these years, or Adele to be called Adele to be called Adele, I still can't do it. I'm really trying hard, y'all.
I think it's like Adele.
I'm trying so hard.
Adele.
But it just shows you that we don't give people that type of respect to actually learn and say their name correctly until they've become such a big name that you're like, oh, is that the truth? And we still don't do it. If you listen to the radio, and Rihanna, she said it was Rihanna. I'm going to call her Rihanna.
After how long, though? I think there's got to be a time limit.
It's their name.
Yeah, but after a certain time, you're Fraser.
Okay,
you know
no,
what I mean?
it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, it's over.
I kind of know what you mean.
It's 20 years later.
It's part of the pop culture vernacular. Yeah, it's weird to say Brendan Fraser. I get it. It's wrong and disrespectful, but I totally get it.
Speaking of the movie I was in, they spelled my name wrong in the opening credits.
Oh my God.
But I don't care.
That's
I really don't.
Jeff.
It's not terrible. What's terrible about it? They forgot like an H in there or something.
Oh man.
But what? Oh man. Why do you care?
Because people, if they want to Google you, might get it wrong.
So you don't think you're going to find me without an H?
They don't find him.
Well, there is a drummer.
Guitarist. No, guitarist.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, but I don't care. In the scheme of things, who cares?
Well, some people do care because their
healthy.
name is their identity, so they care.
I don't care, Fraser. Call me Pete. I don't care.
All right,
my name to Pete. 2003 Pete.
People have butchered my last name my whole
2023.
2003. Wait, what do they call you?
They just can't pronounce Shocker.
Oh.
Or they would do other things.
Does it bother you? The other things, yes. The name pronunciation.
In high school, the other things, the hand gesture would bother me.
Yep.
And then, well, yes. And then, yeah, people not being able to say shocker and sure and chacher, bother.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
But if people you didn't care about said your name wrong, would you care about it? Is what I'm saying.
Every time I do an interview, it's Samantha Chacher. Yeah, it bothers me.
It does?
Yes.
Who cares?
I care. Right? My mom and dad are watching. That's their.
But they know it's you. What's the difference?
I know, but that's my dad's surname.
Like when they call me Tony Schoolman, I didn't feel good about it.
Who called you Tony Schoolman?
It was in a write-up about the show. They put her as.
I've been Troy.
That's right.
I'm often Eric. I don't know why people just can't get the A.
Well, don't people call our show like the Daily
Double,
Beast
the
or
Daily
Double?
Blast?
Now that bothers me. I don't know why, but.
Okay. Coming up on TV. Friend of the show, Heather McDonald will be here live. Yes. There she is. We can't wait to talk with her coming up next. Ooh, look at her highlighter. It looks so good. This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that. Great research.
DBL is all new every day.
Someone once wrote us in and said, I just love watching the Daily Double. I'm like, that's definitely not what we're called. But yeah, he found someone who knew our name. That's like a first for us. This is really big.
Yeah, I was at Panera Bread, so you're probably watching online because this was agenda. But someone came up to me and they're like, wow, you're Jeff from Daily Blast Live. And I was like, wow, you got her name right. And then she's like, oh yeah, I love it. Erica, Al, Sam, Tori. She named everybody. I wish this was on television because she probably doesn't watch the YouTube, but she loves it every day. And thanks for saying her name right.
What's her name? Do you remember her name?
I didn't ask.
That's so cruel.
Well, my kids were there getting sodas and stuff. What do you want me to do? Take her out to lunch? You know?
First of all, I do imagine, I travel with 2 dogs, and I'm like, that's so annoying. But traveling with children, 1 to 10, how bad is it?
This last time, I just got back from Chicago. For people online who thought I got fired.
Did they really?
Yeah, there's been a little buzz. I just got back from Chicago, and the kids were good. They were good. They're getting older. They're 6 and 4 now.
They're very polite.
They're getting good. Lawson's really good. Leighton's still a little bit of that guy.
Yeah,
He's
but
4.
they came
He's
in
young.
and you asked to give him a handshake to Al, and little Leighton put out his tiny little hand.
Yeah,
for
they're
Al.
good kids. They're good.
They're
kids.
very polite. Well, very, very, and yeah, you should be very proud.
But you could, traveling's a little easier now. So it was maybe more trips in the future.
Yeah, and it was a big airplane.
Yeah, the big ones. I don't know if you guys flown with the 4 in the middle.
That's
so
nice.
Our family fits in there. You could jam the kids in there and duct tape them to the seat.
That's not what he does. Don't try that at home.
Welcome back. She is a comedy writer for stars like Chelsea Handler, but she's also a stand-up comedian and a major Bravo-holic. Heather McDonald joins us live with some juicy scoop about the housewives and here to tell us what she's been up to lately. Heather!
Yes.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Well, you look beautiful, and before we get started, I just wanted to say, although we are excited for some juicy scoops, definitely, I really wanted you to share with us, if you could, about that scary hotel experience, and it really inspired you to warn other women traveling alone, which I really thank you for. Can you tell us just what happened real quick?
Yeah, so I was at a hotel on the road, and it was the afternoon, and my producer, who's a young female, she had just left the room. So normally I always double lock the door, but it was in the afternoon and she had just left. And a couple minutes later, there was like a knock on the door. And before I opened it, I was like, yes. And it was a man, and he said, oh, I have to come in and fix something. And I'm like, no, I never ordered anything. And then it was like, he's like, no, I have stuff to drop off for housekeeping. And I'm like, no, I don't need anything. I just checked in like an hour ago. And so then I looked, and I could see that he walked away, and he didn't have a housekeeping card, and he was wearing regular clothes. So then I called downstairs, and I told them what the situation was, and they never called me back to say, oh, that was Raul and he got the wrong door, And so then I thought about it. I'm like, I'm just going to tell the story right now on TikTok right now to warn people not to open the door, to tell them to leave things by the door if they need it, if you're alone. And the response I got, it went viral, but what women do on the road, they had people say, I leave the TV on. I say, goodbye, honey. I pretend that I'm traveling with a man. This was one of those hotels that didn't have the key. You didn't need a key to go upstairs. We'd also come in and eaten at the restaurant like at 2 in the afternoon. So it was just very, very strange. And it's the amount of stories like that out there. So you just have to be really extra careful, especially if you're a female traveling alone.
Thank you for sharing that story.
That's scary.
I heard about it on my own. Yeah, I was like,
So Heather, let's get to your podcast, Juicy Scoop. It launched 7 years ago. So what's so juicy about your podcast, Juicy Scoop?
You want to say it again?
Juicy Scoop. It was a term I used for a long time, and I've always loved pop culture, but I also really like to go deep into whatever I think is juicy, whether it's a crime, something that's happening in the reality world of TV, celebrities, and then go deeper and be like, what was the layers to this? How does it relate to just someone at home listening to the normal life, that their relationship could even have elements that are similar to a Harry and Meghan, with a half sister or not inviting someone to the wedding. So I always feel like you can take anything that's juicy in the headlines and kind of go deeper. And that's why I think people love the podcast.
Well, I've listened to Juicy Scoop. I'm actually subscribed to Juicy
Hello.
Scoop. Yes, absolutely. Because I love how you just say it and you don't pull a whole like any punches. And sometimes I'll be like, what'd she just say? And I'll listen again. But let's talk about, because you went on a girls trip, you went on a girls trip, if you went on a girls trip, Lord, which 2 housewives would you pick to join you and where would you go?
Ooh, that's good.
Well, I'll always pick someplace warm over like a skiing situation because nothing better than just like walking in Mexico. And I like a beautiful resort, and I was thinking about it, and definitely Kathy Hilton, because I've only met her a couple times, and I really feel like we don't know enough about her. But I think on a girls trip, a few days with me, I would get the real juicy scoop about her life, her childhood, Kyle, her sister, Paris, everything. Did she do the lipstick thing on purpose to draw attention from Mariska? Like, what is the scoop there? And then I definitely would take Garcelle, because Garcelle and Kathy get along. I've worked with Garcelle, and I just think she's so laid back and chill, and she does say it like it is. And I just like her expressions, and you just know what she's thinking when she's just like, annoyed with people. So those 2. I think would be a really fun time.
I hope cameras would follow you. That would be juicy.
That would be.
I would want to see everything. Yeah. I would want to be a fly on the wall. But I have to get your opinion. We have a minute left. What do you make of the New York cast being canceled and replaced?
I was not happy about it. I thought we were going to have both of them. So hopefully the legacy will come back. But I guess Ramona said that she's definitely not coming back, and the only reason I'm sad about that is because Ramona is my easiest character to do do an impersonation. Well, if she was here, she'd be like, you know what? I'm really glad you asked me about that. Okay, because it's really upsetting. I was one of the first housewives. I support women. A lot of people doesn't. Bethany doesn't support women. A lot of people don't support women. I've always been there. I'm always ready to have some good time, meet some hot guys. So I'm sad about Ramona.
That was so good. Nailed it. Heather, I want Tori to quickly do her Jennifer Coolidge for you.
Hi there, Heather.
Well, I love Jennifer. I know her personally. I just talked to her on the phone on Saturday.
Don't mention this, please.
Yes. And I was like, and she's like, and she's a juicy scooper, and she's like, Heather, you just tell it like it is. You don't care.
Say it.
Just say it. Yeah.
Oh
and I go, how do you feel that you're an icon now? And she goes, what does that even mean?
She is.
It's like, so I love it. I love that. I love that she's nominated and everything.
Amen.
So lots of good things for her. But
Absolutely.
I did know that they were going to kill her.
We gotta go. We have a hard out. Thank you for joining us. DBL Nation, subscribe to Juicy Scoop.
Billions of emails are sent every day, and as we all probably see in our inboxes, many of them are marketing promotions. Verify viewer Linda says her inbox is full of them. She texted our team to ask if a business can sell her email address after she unsubscribed from its mailing list. So Linda, let's verify. Our sources are the Canned Spam Act, the Federal Trade Commission, and Andrew Sternke, Chief Executive Officer and Private Investigator at Juris Disputes and Investigations. A 2003 federal law called the Can-Spam Act sets the rules for businesses that send commercial marketing emails. It requires companies to do two things: identify these emails as advertising and tell you how to opt out of receiving future emails from that company. According to the Can-Spam Act and the FTC, once you submit an opt-out request, businesses must remove you from their mailing list within 10 days, and they can no longer sell or transfer your email address. The FTC says there's one exception. Companies can transfer emails on its mailing list to a company that it's hired to help them comply with the Can-Spam Act. If companies don't follow the rules, they can face hefty fines. So Linda, we can verify, no. Businesses are not legally allowed to sell your email address after you unsubscribe from their mailing list. According to cybersecurity expert Andrew Sternke, the removal of emails from a mailing list is a self-regulated process that comes with some issues.
There's nothing saying that they didn't already sell your information, your email, prior to you opting out. They just can't do it once you opt out.
With your Verify, I'm Adiante Till.
What do you have for us today, Steph? I'm in the mood for shopping.
Hey, Tori, and hello, DBL Nation. I am so excited to show you the deals today, and believe me, they are just as fabulous as ever. But before we get started, very important news. I want you to know that these items are not guaranteed for a Christmas arrival in the post. So you've got to be aware of that before we get started, okay?
Fair.
So first up, we've got the Kenneth Cole women's puffer coat with a little hood. Look at that.
Oh.
So the deal includes one coat. We've got it available in 3 colors. We've got black, this gorgeous pearl, or magenta. So the Kenneth Cole brand is one of the most trusted brands in outerwear that can be found in high-end stores such as Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom. And now you will not find this jacket online anywhere else because Morning Save have an exclusive deal for you today. And this will be the lowest price they've ever offered on this jacket. Ooh. So normally it is $225, but we've got it, Tori, for $49.99, which is saving 78%. This one's really light and bright. It's gorgeous, whereas black, you can never go wrong with black, can you?
I love that. Great.
Now, this, Tori, is so amazing. It is a 2-pack Bell & Howell 9-in-1 Super Deluxe tactical pen with a tool card. This deal includes 2 tactical pens and 2 tool cards. So this is cool because there is a flathead and a Phillips head screwdriver. Ooh. There's a bottle opener in there. There's a whistle. Let me see if I can give it a... Ooh. There we go. There's also an emergency escape tool. So this is a Morning Save customer favorite that has hundreds of 5-star ratings online. So normally these are $25 each, but we've got 2 for just $14.99, which means you guys are saving 70%.
Everybody could use this tool. Every human being.
So handy.
Keep it in your car.
So our next product is the Villanova sleep mask with built-in Bluetooth speakers. Whoa. So this deal includes 1 sleep mask that is the perfect product to help you fall asleep. Now it will block out any light, and the built-in Bluetooth speakers will allow you to doze off to your favorite meditation exercises, podcasts, or calming music. And Morning Save is the exclusive retailer for this Villanova product, so you cannot get this sleep mask anywhere else. Oh. So normally this is $60, but we've got it for just $19.99, which is saving up to 67%. If you struggle to go to sleep without some kind of, I don't know, television or background noise, and then maybe your partner doesn't like that, this is a really good way of getting what you need and blacking everything out and just listening, and then not disturbing anyone else as well.
This. Good night, everyone.
I know, see ya. And our last product is the Perfect Beauty 12-piece makeup remover towel gift set. So this deal includes 12 makeup remover towels available in 2 different colors. We've got red, plaid, and leopard. So these towels are reusable, they're machine washable, which means you can stop wasting on makeup remover wipes. So Morning Save is the exclusive retailer for this set. So when they are gone, they are gone. And normally these are $45. They feel amazing, but we've got them for just $14.99, saving 63%, giving you lovely skin. And you know what's good? Because they're not white, it's not going to really stain like when you're washing your face.
Such a smart move. You're absolutely right. Guys, head on over to morningsave.com to snag these amazing deals, really at the lowest prices, or just scan that QR code right on screen and it will take you directly to these products on Morning Save's website. One more reminder, guys, that these items are not guaranteed for a Christmas arrival. Thank you so much, Steph. We'll be right back.
So I'm not proud of this mini feast, but here's one that would put it to shame. This post on Reddit went viral this week, not for how big and beautiful the spread is, but for how gross it is to have all that food out for so long with so many hovering hands, the commenters pointed out. Of course, 'tis the season to snack, to nibble, to graze, so let's verify, when does food go from gorgeous to gross? We turn to only the finest, freshest sources to find out. A food safety rule of thumb from the Department of Health and Human Services: never leave perishable foods out of the fridge for more than 2 hours. Past that point, it could make you sick.
Sometimes bacteria can cause food to spoil, but other times it can cause food to become unsafe and cause foodborne illness.
But what about cheese? Isn't aging kind of part of the process? Well, the rule still applies. Dairy Management Inc., a trade group that includes the National Dairy Council, says after 2 hours, hard cheeses like cheddar and Gouda need to go back to the fridge, and soft cheeses like brie and mozzarella should be tossed out. And that really goes for anything that belongs in a refrigerator, including raw meats and leftover cooked food.
When in doubt, throw it out.
HHS advises keeping hot foods on a chafing dish or in a warming tray or slow cooker. Anytime food gets between 40 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit, it becomes a feast for bacteria.
I have my own thermometer. I think that's a really good tool for people to have at home.
Even a hot, freshly cooked meal, sauce, or dip won't last once it cools down and enters the danger zone. As soon as it drops below 140, start the 2-hour countdown.
If you think you might have some leftovers, to just heat up and serve a small amount at a time.
And in 2022, we're still unfortunately passing more than just the appetizers. So to prevent the spread of viruses, make sure you have plenty of serving utensils and have people eat off their own plates, keeping their hands off the finger foods.
Just be intentional. Make food safety a part of your plan for your party.
When it comes to food prep, try not to put things out too early, because then it starts the clock earlier. Also, use common sense. Wash your hands, wash your knives and your cutting boards for at least 20 seconds. Keep raw foods and prepared foods separately, and check for mold on baked goods before eating or serving. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
The Biden administration issuing billions of dollars in loans to help make electric vehicle batteries. Let's connect the dots. One of the largest automakers in the world, working towards its goal of going all electric. General Motors wants to phase out gas vehicles by 2036, but they're going to need a lot of electric batteries to pull that off. Now, the Biden administration issuing a $2.5 billion loan to help build 3 factories in Ohio, Michigan, and Tennessee. It'll help jumpstart domestic battery production. It all comes as several big names expand their electric vehicle production in South Carolina. Volvo and BMW, just a few of the automakers investing billions into electric vehicles. All of this to encourage Americans to hop in the driver's seat of the next generation of vehicles. And that is Connecting the Dots.
I know that when you went to go see your parents, you're going to watch the Sebastian Maniscalco special.
We saved it to watch it with my parents. I already watched it. Hilarious.
Hilarious.
Yeah, that guy grew up a couple towns over from like where we grew up.
It's so Jeff.
Yeah.
Watch it and you'll know Jeff.
where hope finds help, where courage meets conviction, where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities, where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Season's greetings from me to you. Be healthy, be happy, and most importantly, be kind to yourself.
I want to wish you all a very healthy and joyous holiday season.
We want to extend all the blessings and joy from our family to you.
From our family here at DBL to yours, we want to wish you a happy holiday season.
All of the love, all the prosperity, all of the joy, because you deserve it.
Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
The White Lotus finale leaves fans wanting more and already anticipating a season 3, plus the best shows of 2022. What was your favorite show of the year? A group of labor and delivery nurses get fired for mocking patients on TikTok. Did they deserve to get let go? And comedian Heather McDonald and Grammy winner Jewel will both be here live.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Welcome to DBL. The crew's back, and I didn't get to see the studio decorated. It looks phenomenal. You came back from Chicago, so this is your first time seeing it decorated.
Yeah, it looks great. It looks fantastic.
How was Chicago?
It was great.
Did I see you?
Does this look a little tighter?
I saw you and the kids making handmade raviolis.
Yeah, and eating raviolis and a lot of cheese and drinks and beef sandwiches and
a lot. Did you get Portillo's?
Of course.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
And your two buddies that we know, Tony.
Oh, I thought you were going to say your two bills. I'm like, yeah, I'm a little past that. But yeah, I saw all my buddies.
Vita Don was not there.
Vita Don was not there, but Mimo was there.
Mimo.
Yeah, Mimo was there. Yeah.
Mimo.
Love it. Okay, so we got to talk about this because everywhere you look on social media, people are talking about the hit HBO series White Lotus. But before I describe it, we're not going to give away spoilers, okay? I have not yet seen the finale. So it's a mystery about a fancy resort hotel. This season it was in Sicily. The finale aired on Sunday, finally revealing who died. And again, no spoilers, but it is at the top of the list of the best TV shows of 2022. And let's be honest, there were a ton of really good shows that aired or streamed this past year. Some other top picks include popular shows like Yellowstone. That show is now in its 5th season. Abbott Elementary is on a lot of lists for the best show of the year. It received 5 Golden Globe nominations yesterday. And The Crown on Netflix was on a number of top show lists this season, but it was all about Charles and Diana's divorce, if you remember, created a lot of controversy on The Crown. So what was your favorite show of 2022, Tori, and what shows did you not like so much?
I loved Severance. I was trying to give it more of a thing, but it didn't work out. Anyway, Severance was my pick. It aired or premiered in February, and I really think it was an allegory for like work life and home life. And what it is, if you're severed, is you can't remember your home life at work or your work life at home. Like your brain has been severed.
Compartmentalized.
Literally. And so it's all about a mystery. Adam Scott. It's just John Turturro, excuse me, but a great, if you're interested in sort of like a mystery, suspense, top show of the year for me.
What did you not like?
She-Hulk.
Oh.
I wanted to like it, and I liked Tatiana Maslany, the actress, but it just didn't do well.
Okay.
For me.
For you.
It was a she-boo.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And Jeffrey?
Severance, great show.
Thank you.
Haven't
Really
seen
good
it
show.
yet. I gotta watch it. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Mine is The Offer.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I love that show. I love the time era. It's all like real characters. I love this guy. Miles Teller.
Yes.
Yeah, I love this
guy.
But it just, you know what I mean? It's just a different era, right? I understand things weren't perfect in the world there, but it was about the making of The Godfather.
Yeah.
Very cool, very old Hollywood, and I really just enjoyed
And
it.
based on a true story. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's
I
all
loved
true.
it too. I almost
Behind
picked
the scenes.
Offer. The worst show.
Thanks to you, 1899.
It's not the worst show.
It's the worst show ever. The director passed away or started a drug or alcohol problem. And yeah.
Is that true?
No, it's not true. But the second half of the series is bananas bad.
Jeffrey
It's so stupid.
Jeffrey Schroeder. I literally looked at TV Guide's top list of TV shows this morning to kind of jog my memory, and 1899 is on there as the top show.
No,
It may
because
not be
people are stupid. That's why. Yeah, that's why. Listen, if you write a fantastic show the first 4 episodes, and then you're just like, well, what are we going to do now? I don't know. Let's bring in this 5-year-old to finish it. Yeah. Watch it. Go ahead. Waste 8 hours of your life.
All right. Okay. Erica, favorite?
I'm going to go with First Wives Club on BET. You know, I love a comeback story, and this really has a lot of great elements of comeback power. Some of my favorite people. Look at Jill Scott. She looks so beautiful. Essence. Oh, my God. Michelle Buteau. I just love them all. I love the spirit of this show.
And do you have a worst?
Okay, I'm going to go with, and I know this is a top one, but I'm going to go with The Watcher. And this is why. It's not because
I liked it.
there was anything wrong with the particular show. It's the way that it made me feel.
Creeped out.
And I can't, apparently that means that it was really good.
No, I'll give you some ammo for that because I really liked it, and then I tend to go on these deep dives to figure out, because it's supposed to be based on a true story. Literally none of it was really true.
None of it was true.
There was like
one thing.
They got a letter.
They had a house
They
and a
got
letter. They got one letter.
Yeah.
That was it. The Watcher, I'm watching nothing. It was terrible. I thought it was terrible.
Okay.
I liked it.
Okay.
Except to the end, but I understand it does give you some creepy vibes.
Yeah, I couldn't like walk around my house freely.
I liked it. How about you, Sam?
So
1899 was your favorite?
No, not at all. I thought it was fantastic.
Well, tell more people about it.
It wasn't my favorite. My favorite is Wednesday. I'm obsessed with Wednesday.
That's a good Sam show.
Oh my gosh. If you guys have not seen Wednesday yet, don't listen to my recommendations, Jeff, because according to you, I have crappy recommendations.
I won't be watching Wednesday.
Wednesday is fantastic. I love it. As far as shows that I hate, football.
Just like in general? Like the sport?
Yes.
The sport of football.
Listen, that just proves my point. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm like, what show is football?
Is that on HBO?
It's on every major network.
Yeah, we're familiar, Sam. I'm a season ticket holder. You'll remember.
It's on
Although the
every major
49ers
network.
have this young kid that's quite good.
Really?
Yeah.
Which kid?
Purdy?
Purdy.
Young kid
He's
that's
Purdy,
quite
or is his
good.
name Purdy?
No, he's really good.
Oh, and he's Purdy.
So what
he was like
position
a
does
last,
he play?
I have no idea. I just know that my
He's the
parents told me
quarterback.
last night, that he was not a good draft pick, but now all of a sudden
He's Mr.
like,
Insignificant, so that's the last pick of the draft. Long story short, the 49ers' first 2 quarterbacks got hurt. He was the third-string quarterback, and he's coming in. He's a rookie.
It's like
and they have a chance to win the
Seabiscuit.
Super Bowl.
Okay, irrelevant.
Yeah.
Irrelevant.
Okay.
No, Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh, okay. You were wrong. You said Mr. Insignificant. That's
Oh, I did?
embarrassing. Yeah, you did.
I'm not embarrassed at all.
Okay,
Yeah.
Tori, before we go, I always make you, because we started with White Lotus, and what do I always make you do? Your Jennifer Coolidge impression. Can you please show the viewers?
Okay, ready? DBL's new and coming up. We got Jewel. Hey, Portia. You hate me. Oh, plus a video on TikTok of, this is serious. Sorry, labor and delivery. Go ahead, Sam.
Labor and delivery
That was pretty good, though. That was pretty good.
Mocking their patients get them in big trouble. We're going to talk all about whether they deserved to be fired. That's coming up next. Thank you.
It's happy holiday season time.
From our DBL family to yours, we want to wish you
a happy holiday season.
A happy holiday season.
I know.
We're doing that. That's exactly.
So I love Tori's impressions, but I definitely think Jennifer Coolidge is at the top of my list. Yeah. Then I would say, because I've seen her do quite a bit. So there's Reba, Jennifer Coolidge. Oh, Jodie Foster. Yeah, Tori, do your Jodie Foster.
Do I?
Tree in the wind.
Oh
no, I hate that.
That's Nell. Tay in the wind. Tay in the wind. It's a really interesting movie. But she also does this. She does this a lot of lip.
Yeah.
Oh, here, you Hannibal. Little Southern. I'm Clarice. I'm Clarice. That's okay. Can we name? Can audience put in another person? Who's another person? To do another impression.
You're really good at impressions. Who else do you do?
I can do this guy.
Okay.
And on the golden bathroom was a golden toilet.
Oh yeah, she's good at that's
Robin
Leach. Robin Leach, Lifestyles of the Rich and the Famous.
Super relevant.
Yeah.
Super relevant.
No, you're good at him.
That's
yeah.
all. No one's heard of him.
No, of course I do.
You don't think it was a good
Everyone
impression?
knows who Robin Leach is.
No, he thinks it was a bad impression.
I don't know the greatest impression.
You said no one knows Robin.
Everyone knows Robin Leach.
He was on True Beverly Hills. He was on. Yeah. Okay. What about who else do you think she could do? Oh, was he nice?
Come in there. Yeah. Back in like the lady. Oh, this is
Okay.
mine. Okay.
I'm Bane and
I'm Bane.
Jennifer. These are good. Just Jennifer Cole.
None of those are good.
It's hard out here in these DBL streets.
It really is. It's called a cold room. Freezing. You know?
Do you ever forget to put, I can't say it on your...
Do I feel short or?
Oh, all the time.
Am I okay? Oh, you can say it.
It's not a word.
Welcome back. Celine Dion recently shocked the world by announcing she's been diagnosed with stiff person syndrome, leaving us all wondering if she'll ever be able to perform again. So what do we know about stiff person syndrome, and is it something that we should all be worried about? To help us with this, we've got the one and only Dr. Coley with us today. Thank you so much, Dr. Coley, for answering our questions. A lot of people have been writing in about this.
Yeah, so Dr. Coley, a lot of us had never heard of this illness until Celine's announcement. What are some of the symptoms and how is it treated?
Honestly, it's so rare. It's a 1 in a million that I've only seen one single case of it in my medical training. It was during medical school, very dramatic, because I walked into the room. The person was literally like a board on their bed, couldn't get out of bed, couldn't move, and they had asymmetry, so one side was more involved than the other. But this has been around for some time. It used to be called stiff man syndrome, but then we realized it actually affects females a little more commonly than males, and so they changed the name to stiff person syndrome. And we have our brain and our spinal cord has nerves that control our muscles, and it sends signals through chemicals to control those muscles. And basically the chemicals that are involved in those signals are what's damaged in stiff person syndrome. So the muscles get stuck in the on position. The off chemical is basically affected. So think about it like your stereo with the volume turned up all the way. The muscles are really rigid. And we're not just talking minor muscle spasms. These are muscle spasms that can make you fall over, that can make you scream out in pain, that can prevent you from doing anything. And unfortunately, there's no cure. You just sort of treat the symptoms.
Oh my gosh.
I feel so bad for Celine.
I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine.
Okay, so this next story, sorry, trying to process it, but Dr. Coley, we wanted to get your opinion because this next story is pretty crazy. It's all over. It's gone viral. So the nurses from an Atlanta hospital were fired after posting videos mocking their patients. It's all part of a TikTok trend of people describing their quote-unquote icks or things that annoy them. So let's take a look, and then we're going to talk to Dr. Coley.
My ick is when you come in for your induction talking about, can I take a shower and eat? What? My ick is when you ask me how much the baby weighs and it's still in your hands. Dad comes outside and asks for a paternity test right outside the room door.
So Dr. Coley, what are your thoughts on this? And have you ever encountered anything similar?
you know, this happens all the time behind closed doors in medicine, right? People work in medicine, they get annoyed by things. But this sort of a public display on social media of something so private, you know, when you go into the doctor's office and you close that door, we've taken an oath to keep everything between us and the patient, no matter what they tell you, no matter how egregious it is, no matter how much it might disagree with your beliefs or, you know, the way that you conduct your life. To put it on public display like this, to me, they shouldn't just have been fired. I think they should actually get their medical license revoked. I think these nurses need to be made an example of, because this is becoming an epidemic in medicine where doctors are, you know, getting rid of patient privacy, getting rid of patient respect by displaying all types of things. Like one of my friends who got in big trouble put in his surgery. He was doing a surgery on somebody who had a big tumor in a kind of a strange place, and he put that patient's surgery on social media.
My God.
Now, he didn't use the patient's name, but imagine if you are that patient or that patient's family and you see this kind of a mockery on social media. I mean, this is not a reality show, guys. This is people's lives, their health problems, their ups and their downs, and to make a joke out of it like this, I think is incredibly unprofessional.
Yeah, I thought it was outrageous. I was glad it was Emory University. I was glad they were fired. I also think their medical license, just because of the basic necessity of being kind. Like, one of them was like, my ick factor is when somebody wants a blanket.
What if they didn't know? Let me
Blanket.
play devil's advocate here, because I'm not condoning it. But what if the person filming them, what if they had a couple of followers and they just thought, oh, I'm participating in this trend, you caught me off guard, and then the person uploads it and then boom, it exploded. Again, not condoning it, but do you give them any benefit of the doubt?
No, that's a breach of the Hippocratic Oath, isn't it? I mean, you really can't do that.
And you're being filmed. You're not having this conversation in the break room. You're performing for social media to get followers. And this is what makes me really upset, because doctors are also jumping onto this trend, and we need to stop it right now.
All right, Dr. Coley, thank you so much for being here and, of course, answering all of our questions. If you have a question for Dr. Coley, please write us. You can also follow Dr. Coley on Twitter at PyleColeyMD, and we could read your question on air. Thanks again, Dr. Coley. We'll be right back with Jewel.
Billions of emails are sent every day, and as we all probably see in our inboxes, many of them are marketing promotions. Verify viewer Linda says her inbox is full of them. She texted our team to ask if a business can sell her email address after she unsubscribed from its mailing list. So Linda, let's verify. Our sources are the Canned Spam Act, the Federal Trade Commission, and Andrew Sternke, Chief Executive Officer and Private Investigator at Juris Disputes and Investigations. A 2003 federal law called the Canned Spam Act sets the rules for businesses that send commercial marketing emails. It requires companies to do two things: identify these emails as advertising and tell you how to opt out of receiving future emails from that company. According to the Canned Spam Act and the FTC, once you submit an opt-out request, businesses must remove you from their mailing list within 10 days, and they can no longer sell or transfer your email address. The FTC says there's one exception. Companies can transfer emails on its mailing list to a company that it's hired to help them comply with the Canned Spam Act. If companies don't follow the rules, they can face hefty fines. So Linda, we can verify, no. Businesses are not legally allowed to sell your email address after you unsubscribe from their mailing list. According to cybersecurity expert Andrew Sternke, the removal of emails from a mailing list is a self-regulated process that comes with some issues.
There's nothing saying that they didn't already sell your information, your email, prior to you opting out. They just can't do it once you opt out.
With your Verify, I'm Adiante Till.
love me some Jewel. Welcome back to DBL. So our next guest went from a girl who grew up with no running water on an Alaskan homestead to a homeless teenager in San Diego to an award-winning multi-platinum recording artist who released one of the best-selling debuts of all time. Please welcome Jewel.
Wow. Jewel, so good to talk to you today. Big fan, I think we all are. But Freewheelin' Woman is your first studio album in 7 years. How did you lay the groundwork for this, first of all? And are you most proud of one track over another? I'm nervous.
You know, the one you played, oh, it's so sweet. It's so nice to be with you guys. I took 7 years off. I'm a single mom, and I really wanted to focus on my son. That was actually a promise I made myself when I was 18, when I got discovered. I knew with my emotional background that, God forbid, someone like me become famous. That means, you know, it's like every movie you've seen about every celebrity. They end up in drug use and with psychotic breakdowns, and I didn't want that to happen. So I've always taken really big breaks in my career to make sure that my life is my best work of art, not just that my art is my art. But I love this album. It's the first album I've written from scratch, and the song you guys played a clip of is the first one I wrote, and I think it is my favorite.
Oh my gosh, I don't blame you. It was
delicious.
Beautiful. You brought up being a mom, and I think some people are not talking enough about is being a mom with a career, specifically a career in the music industry. Can you share your experience with our audience?
Yeah, I called this album Freewheeling Woman because I wanted it to represent who I am now. I'm a 48-year-old woman, and I'm actually at the height of my singing power. I believe I'm writing better than I've ever written. And for me as a young woman in this industry, I didn't see women enter motherhood and become mothers and talk about being mothers and watch us age and talk about the entire thing. And I actually mentor several musicians now, young mothers who are trying to figure out how to tour with babies. How do you have your child in school and be a musician? It's obviously a niche market, but it's just particular challenges I think we face as mothers. And most importantly, I wanted people to see I feel empowered. I'm proud of where I am. I fought hard to be where I am as a woman. I get to dictate where my life goes. I'm not beholden to anyone. And I did it as a writer. And so that's why I wanted this album to be written from scratch, to have that feeling.
I love that. Jewel, we're so happy to see your passion for raising mental health awareness. Can you tell us how your own journey paved the way for you to help others?
Yeah, I moved out when I was 15, and I knew statistically kids like me end up repeating the cycle. And I didn't want to be a statistic. I wanted to believe that happiness was for people like me too. But I didn't have money for traditional support systems like therapy. So I started to develop tools that started to help me create new habits. And when I got discovered, one of the first things I did was help form the Inspiring Children Foundation, where we take these behavioral tools that I developed. We worked with neuroscientists to show why they work, how they rewire the brain. And now we're one of the top in the country at helping kids with suicidal and anxiety. And again, it's without therapy. Not that I'm against therapy. Not everybody has access. So I've been trying to find ways that could supplement therapy or even work with it. And in doing this, we realized 50% of the nation lives in what I call a mental health desert. They don't actually even have access to any mental health tools, any mental health resources. So that's why we started the #NotAlone challenge.
So speaking of those tools, Jewel, by the way, you are a jewel. It's lovely hearing from you. Where can our viewers find mental health tools to feel less alone, especially during the holidays, which, to be honest, are really, really hard for a lot of people?
Yeah, we started the #NotAlone challenge so that we could save lives over the holidays, reminding people they're not alone, but more importantly, not just reminding them they're not alone, but offering free mental health tools. For people to find those tools, they can go to notalonechallenge.org. We're also auctioning off amazing items from actors, CEOs, musicians, athletes, and people can go on there and bid on those auctions, and all the money raises to go toward creating scalable digital mental health tools so that these people in these mental health deserts can finally get help.
She's such a good human being.
What a gift.
What a human,
I know,
right?
I know,
Jeez.
Jewel.
And the auction items, you guys, are so fun. You know Misha Collins from Supernatural? I heard you guys talking about TV shows earlier. He's going to do a custom poem for somebody. The DJ, Charlie Jordan, is going to do a VIP dinner, nightclub experience. You could watch a movie with Chevy Chase. Or the Bryan Brothers, if anybody loves tennis, the Bryan Brothers will play teams with you at the Miami Open, which is pretty cool.
Oh my God.
Wow, Jewel, do you have a favorite show from 2022?
Gosh, you know, I've been hearing so much about White Lotus. I haven't checked it out yet, but that's on my list.
Yeah, you are so lucky you get to binge it all at the same time.
Real good. Jewel, thank you so much. To our viewers, you can find more information on the Not Alone Challenge in Jewel's Instagram bio @Jewel, and use the hashtag Not Alone Challenge to share your own mental health struggles and successes. And of course, you can listen to Freewheelin' Woman out now. Thank you so much, Jewel. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Jewel.
There are no more tears, sweetheart.
So I'm not proud of this mini feast, but here's one that would put it to shame. This post on Reddit went viral this week, not for how big and beautiful the spread is, but for how gross it is to have all that food out for so long with so many hovering hands, the commenters pointed out. Of course, 'tis the season to snack, to nibble, to graze, so let's verify, when does food go from gorgeous to gross? We turn to only the finest, freshest sources to find out. A food safety rule of thumb from the Department of Health and Human Services: never leave perishable foods out of the fridge for more than 2 hours. Past that point, it could make you sick.
Sometimes bacteria can cause food to spoil, but other times it can cause food to become unsafe and cause foodborne illness.
But what about cheese? Isn't aging kind of part of the process? Well, the rule still applies. Dairy Management Inc., a trade group that includes the National Dairy Council, says after 2 hours, hard cheeses like cheddar and Gouda need to go back to the fridge, and soft cheeses like brie and mozzarella should be tossed out. And that really goes for anything that belongs in a refrigerator, including raw meats and leftover cooked food.
When in doubt, throw it out.
HHS advises keeping hot foods on a chafing dish or in a warming tray or slow cooker. Anytime food gets between 40 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit, it becomes a feast for bacteria.
I have my own thermometer. I think that's a really good tool for people to have at home.
Even a hot, freshly cooked meal, sauce, or dip won't last once it cools down and enters the danger zone. As soon as it drops below 140, start the 2-hour countdown.
If you think you might have some leftovers, to just heat up and serve a small amount at a time.
And in 2022, we're still unfortunately passing more than just the appetizers. So to prevent the spread of viruses, make sure you have plenty of serving utensils and have people eat off their own plates, keeping their hands off the finger foods.
Just be intentional. Make food safety a part of your plan for your party.
When it comes to food prep, try not to put things out too early, because then it starts the clock earlier. Also, use common sense. Wash your hands, wash your knives and your cutting boards for at least 20 seconds. Keep raw foods and prepared foods separately, and check for mold on baked goods before eating or serving. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
The Biden administration issuing billions of dollars in loans to help make electric vehicle batteries. Let's connect the dots. One of the largest automakers in the world, working towards its goal of going all electric. General Motors wants to phase out gas vehicles by 2036, but they're going to need a lot of electric batteries to pull that off. Now, the Biden administration issuing a $2.5 billion loan to help build 3 factories in Ohio, Michigan, and Tennessee. It'll help jumpstart domestic battery production. It all comes as several big names expand their electric vehicle production in South Carolina. Volvo and BMW, just a few of the automakers investing billions into electric vehicles. All of this to encourage Americans to hop in the driver's seat of the next generation of vehicles. And that is Connecting the Dots.
Well, we have a lot of comments in regard to Jewel. Barbara says she is such a great example of using her platform for a great cause that she actually lived through herself, a genuinely good soul. And Jamie says, thank you for discussing the subject of mental health. Good for her.
Yeah.
She's really lived a tumultuous life.
She's always been
and a
good at it.
successful one.
Yes, amazing.
Comeback story.
Yeah, she is.
I wanted to tell her you're saving a lot of souls. You get that joke?
Yeah, you will save your soul.
Thanks for
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of
And
the
the
show
impression.
online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Comedian Heather McDonald will be here live. She's giving us the scoop on her podcast. And the stars came out for the big Avatar premiere last night. Will it end up being the biggest movie of the year?
Running warm, being feverish. What's the difference? And when you're sick, why does it matter? Searches for what qualifies as a fever shot up this weekend online. So let's verify. Our sources are the CDC, several hospitals, and Dr. Michael Knight from George Washington University.
Sure. So fever is when our body starts to react to either an infection or our immune system is revved up, if you will, because of an autoimmune condition.
And your body temperature rises. Regardless of if you're a person who runs hot or you're someone who's always cold, our experts agree that most healthcare providers consider a temperature of 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit or above to be a fever. Though Cedars-Sinai Hospital explains that anything from 99.6 to 100.3 could be considered a low-grade fever.
When we think about what is a fever, it's when the temperature of the body is higher than your average temperature.
A fever is a sign your immune system is at work, but it's still a symptom that you can treat, kind of like a cough or a headache. So Dr. Knight says not to worry about taking something to bring a fever down, to help you feel better and avoid dehydration.
Fever reducers such as acetaminophen, ibuprofen, or aspirin have not been shown to prevent your body from fighting an infection.
And because fevers are just another symptom of illness, you might not have a fever even if you are sick. So if you are experiencing other signs of illness, it's worth checking in with your doctor. And if you do have a fever, the CDC recommends waiting until 24 hours after your temperature normalizes to go back to work. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Nope.
Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Welcome to DBL. So the stars did come out to walk the blue carpet for the Avatar, The Way of the Water premiere in Los Angeles. Zoe Saldana looked stunning, you guys. Look at her in this black strapless gown. Her co-star Sam Worthington made an appearance. They both starred in the original back in 2009. It's been that long. Wow. Sigourney Weaver is back, but this time plays the adopted daughter of Sam and Zoe's characters. She played Dr. Grace Augustine in the first film. And singers The Weeknd and her both released new music on the film's soundtrack. But missing from the premiere was the film's director, James Cameron. He had to skip it after catching COVID. The film reportedly cost $250 million, but James said earlier it will need to make $2 billion in order to even turn a profit. So, question is, will Avatar be the biggest movie of the year, Tori? Is it going to be Top Gun? What do you think? What?
$2 billion? You have to be, let me look this up, I saw it, the third or fourth highest grossing film in history to break even. This is the dumbest move ever. 2009 was too long ago to have people have momentum to want to get back in the theater. Plus, the CGI, to me, is not any heart. There's no investment in these characters. I felt more investment with like the Brontosaurus in 1993 from Jurassic Park because there's heart there. Avatar is just too overblown, too much money. I think it's gonna sink in the way of the water.
What?
It's the name of the film.
Avatar has so much humanity. First of all, the $2 billion, you're not remembering all the licensing deals. So I'm sure he's banking on the fact that there's going to be T-shirts and hats and figurines and all types of sorts of things.
But is it like still trendy now? I feel like Avatar, I don't know.
Well, is Avatar on that top whatever list you have?
Well, no, because it's been like 20 years.
Yeah, I still think it might be on the top.
No, it
of
has.
all time.
Now it did. The first one did, and I'm not saying it couldn't. I'm just saying to have that much momentum after it already has done that after many, many years. To me, I'm not seeing people racing to get in line to go see Avatar, and you need people in line for this.
Well, he hasn't been sitting on his hands, and to go see this is going to draw people back to the theater, right? If you're going to see a movie in the theater at all after COVID and all this, you're going to see Avatar in 3D. And if you're bringing your family, that ticket's over $100. So it's not like a $10 pop each time. I think he's going to make his money back because this is going to go international, right? And then with all the merchandising, the rides at Disney, whoever made it. He's been working on this for 10 years, and it's James Cameron. The whole time he's been working. It's going to be good. He's going to get big numbers.
It's going to blow our
Avatar
minds.
1 is probably in the top 5, I would say, I don't know, of all-time grossing films. Now, because of inflation, tickets are a little bit more. I think they're going to hit that number.
I'm just told that Avatar is the top grossing movie of all time.
It was. It was amazing of all time. No, I'm saying the second one has to then be their third or fourth highest of all time to even break even.
She's not kidding.
I just think Avatar stinks.
Yeah.
Avatar stinks.
I understood. See, y'all are invested in it. I've never seen Avatar, and I never had any desire to see it.
Awful.
So I'm coming at it, thinking of it a little differently. And what Tori said made a lot of sense. They would have to at least do, well, close to what they did the first time.
Right.
And the truth is, the first time I remember people saying it's something like we've never seen before.
Yes.
That was the big pull to
And now
get
you've seen
people
it.
to the theater. I'm just more like bummed for James Cameron. Like, you spend all this time
Couldn't
and
go to-
resource, and you can't even go to the premiere. Like, dang, that sucks.
Are the premieres getting, like, when I saw everybody, like, isn't it getting a little, like, just watch the movie? You know what I mean? I don't care.
They're doing these.
Yeah, the blue carpet. Yeah, I'm over it.
Didn't you go to your movie premiere, the movie that you were in?
Yeah, it was a step and repeat, and I didn't like it.
Right.
No, I didn't. I think it's corny. I think it's corny. I really do. I'm not just saying that. I just think, like, great, you did the movie, you got paid millions of dollars, now you need to pose. I don't know, just get in there.
Too much.
Go out to dinner, go home. Yeah.
Okay. It turns out we've been saying Brendan Fraser's name wrong. We all thought it was Fraser, like the Cheers character, right? Well, he revealed the correct way to say it during a conversation with Adam Sandler. Take a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brendan Fraser. How do you say it now? Fraser. Like I'm going to say Fraser anyway. Let me say Fraser. Get a shave. But you know what? Nobody's ever got my name. Brendan Fraser. See, it didn't sound right. It felt good though. All right.
It doesn't sound right. Brendan's new movie, The Whale, has also been receiving some criticism over the fact that he wore a fat suit in the film, but the movie's director says he doesn't understand the backlash. He said the goal was to make Brendan's 600-pound character look as realistic as possible, because if it didn't look real, it would look like a joke. He added that people with obesity are often portrayed as bad guys or as punchlines, but the character in The Whale is a complete person with both good and bad parts about him. Listen, we hear mixed reviews about The Whale. Most people are saying that he gave an extraordinary performance. What about us getting his name? So it's Brendan Fraser.
Yeah.
Like Razor.
Right, and then I watched the Adam Sandler interview. He kept calling him Fraser. And he was like, I guess it doesn't matter. I felt so bad. And yeah, I never would have thought, but it's more Irish, Fraser.
Well, if you're looking at it, it's like we just really just want to say what we want to say is what it really comes down to it. It's like all of a sudden we had this issue earlier this week. We defy the rules of just basic phonics, okay? It looks like Fraser. It's more comfortable for people to say Fraser, but it also shows how little we really have invested in simple human things like learning people's names, because for Rihanna to be called Rihanna for all these years, or Adele to be called Adele to be called Adele, I still can't do it. I'm really trying hard,
I think
y'all.
it's like Adele.
I'm trying so hard.
Adele.
But it just shows you that we don't give people that type of respect to actually learn and say their name correctly until they've become such a big name that you're like, oh, is that the truth? And we still don't do it. You listen to the radio and Rihanna, she said it was Rihanna. I'm going to call her Rihanna.
After how long, though? I think there's got to be a time limit.
It's their name.
Yeah, but after a certain time, you're Fraser.
Okay,
You know
no,
what I mean?
it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, it's over.
I kind of know
you can't do it
it's part
20 years later.
It's part of the pop culture vernacular. Yeah, it's weird to say Brendan Fraser. I get it. It's wrong and disrespectful, but I totally get it.
Speaking of the movie I was in, they spelled my name wrong in the opening credits.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
But I don't. I don't care. I really don't.
Jeff.
It's not terrible. What's terrible about it? They forgot like an H in there or something.
Oh, man.
But what? Oh man, what do you care?
Because people, if they want to Google you, might get it wrong.
So you don't think you're going to find me without an H?
They don't find him.
Well, there is a drummer.
Guitarist. No, guitarist.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, but I don't care. In the scheme of things, who cares?
Well, some people
healthy.
do care because their name is their identity, so they care.
I don't care. Fraser. Call me Pete. I don't care.
All right,
Pete. 2003 Pete.
People have butchered my last name my whole
2023.
2003. Wait, what do they call you?
They just can't pronounce Shocker.
Oh.
Or they would do other things.
Does it bother you? The other things, yes. The name pronunciation.
In high school, the other things, the hand gesture would bother me.
Yep.
And then, well, yes. And then, yeah, people not being able to say shocker and sure and chacher, chacher, bother.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
But if people you didn't care about said your name wrong, would you care about it? Is what I'm saying.
Every time I do an interview, it's Samantha Chacher. Yeah, it bothers me.
It does?
Yes.
Who cares?
I care. Right? My mom and dad are watching. That's their.
But they know it's you. What's the difference?
I know, but that's my dad's surname.
Like when they call me Tony Schoolman, I didn't feel good about it.
Who called you Tony Schoolman?
It was in a write-up about the show. They put her as.
I've been Troy.
That's right. We had
I'm often Eric. I don't know why people just can't get the A.
Well, don't people call our show like the Daily
Double,
Beast or the Daily Double?
Blast?
Now that bothers me. I don't know why, but.
Okay. Coming up on TV. Friend of the show, Heather McDonald will be here live. Yes. There she is. We can't wait to talk with her coming up next. Ooh, look at her highlighter. It looks so good. This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that.
Great research.
DBL is all new every day.
Someone once wrote us in and said, I just love watching the Daily Double. I'm like, that's definitely not what we're called. But yeah, he found someone who knew our name. That's like a first for us. This is really big.
Yeah, I was at Panera Bread, so you're probably watching online because this was agenda. But someone came up to me and they're like, wow, you're Jeff from Daily Blast Live. And I was like, wow, you got her name right. And then she's like, oh yeah, I love it. Erica, Al, Sam, Tori. She named everybody. I wish this was on television because she probably doesn't watch the YouTube, but she loves it every day. And thanks for saying her name right.
What's her name? Do you remember her name?
I didn't ask.
That's so cruel.
Well, my kids were there getting sodas and stuff. What do you want me to do? Take her out to lunch? You know?
First of all, I do imagine, I travel with 2 dogs, and I'm like, that's so annoying. But traveling with children, 1 to 10, how bad is it?
This last time, I just got back from Chicago. For people online who thought I got fired.
Did they really?
Yeah, there's been a little buzz. I just got back from Chicago, and the kids were good. They were good. They're getting older. They're 6 and 4 now.
They're very polite.
They're getting good. Lawson's really good. Layton's still a little bit of that guy.
Yeah,
He's
but
4.
they came
He's
in
young.
and you asked to give him a handshake to Al, and little Layton put out his tiny little hand.
Yeah,
for
they're
Al.
good kids. They're good.
They're
kids.
very polite, and very, very, and yeah, you should be very proud.
But you could, traveling's a little easier now. So it was maybe more trips in the future.
Yeah, and it was a big airplane.
Yeah, the big ones. I don't know if you guys flown with the 4 in the middle.
That's
so
nice.
Our family fits in there. You could jam the kids in there and duct tape them to the seat.
That's not what he does. Don't try that at home.
Welcome back. She is a comedy writer for stars like Chelsea Handler, but she's also a stand-up comedian and a major Bravo-holic. Heather McDonald joins us live with some juicy scoop about the housewives and here to tell us what she's been up to lately. Heather!
Yes!
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Well, you look beautiful, and before we get started, I just wanted to say, although we are excited for some juicy scoops, definitely, I really wanted you to share with us, if you could, about that scary hotel experience, and it really inspired you to warn other women traveling alone, which I really thank you for. Can you tell us just what happened real quick?
Yeah, so I was at a hotel on the road, and it was the afternoon, and my producer, who's a young female, she had just left the room. So normally I always double lock the door, but it was in the afternoon and she had just left. And a couple minutes later, there was like a knock on the door. And before I opened it, I was like, yes. And it was a man, and he said, oh, I have to come in and fix something. And I'm like, no, I never ordered anything. And then it was like, he's like, no, I have stuff to drop off for housekeeping. And I'm like, no, I don't need anything. I just checked in like an hour ago. And so then I looked, and I could see that he walked away, and he didn't have a housekeeping card, and he was wearing regular clothes. So then I called downstairs, and I told them what the situation was, and they never called me back to say, oh, that was Raul and he got the wrong door, And so then I thought about it. I'm like, I'm just going to tell the story right now on TikTok right now to warn people not to open the door, to tell them to leave things by the door if they need it, if you're alone. And the response I got, it went viral, but what women do on the road, they had people say, I leave the TV on, I say, goodbye, honey. I pretend that I'm traveling with a man. This was one of those hotels that didn't have the key. You didn't need a key to go upstairs. We'd also come in and eaten at the restaurant like at 2 in the afternoon. So it was just very, very strange. And it's the amount of stories like that out there. So you just have to be really extra careful, especially if you're a female traveling alone.
Thank you for sharing that story.
That's scary.
I heard about it on my own. Yeah.
So Heather, let's get to your podcast, Juicy Scoop. It launched 7 years ago. So what's so juicy about your podcast, Juicy Scoop?
You want to say it again?
Juicy Scoop. It was a term I used for a long time, and I've always loved pop culture, but I also really like to go deep into whatever I think is juicy, whether it's a crime, something that's happening in the reality world of TV, celebrities, and then go deeper and be like, what was the layers to this? How does it relate to just someone at home listening to the normal life, that their relationship could even have elements that are similar to a Harry and Meghan, with a half sister or not inviting someone to the wedding. So I always feel like you can take anything that's juicy in the headlines and kind of go deeper. And that's why I think people love the podcast.
Well, I've listened to Juicy Scoop. I'm actually subscribed to Juicy Scoop.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Because I love how you just say it and you don't pull any punches. And sometimes I'll be like, what'd she just say? And I'll listen again. But let's talk about, because you went on a girls trip, you went on a girls trip, if you went on a girls trip, Lord, which 2 housewives would you pick to join you, and where would you go?
Ooh, that's good.
Well, I'll always pick someplace warm over like a skiing situation because nothing better than just like walking in Mexico. And I like a beautiful resort, and I was thinking about it, and definitely Kathy Hilton, because I've only met her a couple times, and I really feel like we don't know enough about her. But I think on a girls trip, a few days with me, I would get the real juicy scoop about her life, her childhood, Kyle, her sister, Paris, everything. Did she do the lipstick thing on purpose to draw attention from Mariska? Like, what is the scoop there? And then I definitely would take Garcelle, because Garcelle and Kathy get along. I've worked with Garcelle, and I just think she's so laid back and chill, and she does say it like it is. And I just like her expressions, and you just know what she's thinking when she's just like, annoyed with people. So those 2. I think would be a really fun time.
I hope cameras would follow you. That would be juicy.
That would be.
I would want to see everything. Yeah. I would want to be a fly on the wall. But I have to get your opinion. We have a minute left. What do you make of the New York cast being canceled and replaced?
I was not happy about it. I thought we were going to have both of them. So hopefully the legacy will come back. But I guess Ramona said that she's definitely not coming back. And the only reason I'm sad about that is because Ramona is my easiest character to do, do an impersonation. Well, if she was here, she'd be like, you know what? I'm really glad you asked me about that. Okay, because it's really upsetting. I was one of the first housewives. I support women. A lot of people doesn't. You know, Bethany doesn't support women. A lot of people don't support women. I've always been there. I'm always ready to have some good time, meet some hot guys. So I'm sad. I'm sad about Ramona.
That was so good. Nailed it. Heather, I want Tori to quickly do her Jennifer Coolidge for you.
Hi there, Heather.
Well, I love Jennifer. I know her personally. I just talked to her on the phone on Saturday.
Don't mention this, please.
Yes. And I was like, and she's like, and she's a juicy scooper, and she's like, you know what, Heather, you just tell it like it is. You don't care.
Say it.
You know? Just say it. Yeah.
Oh
and
my
I
God.
go, how do you feel that you're an icon now? And she goes, I mean, what does that even mean?
She is.
You know, it's like, so I love it. I love that. And I love that she's nominated and everything.
Amen.
So, lots of good things for her. But I did know that they were going to kill her.
Heather, we gotta go. We have a heart out.
Goodbye.
Thank you for joining us. DBL Nation, subscribe to Juicy Scoop.
Billions of emails are sent every day, and as we all probably see in our inboxes, many of them are marketing promotions. Verify viewer Linda says her inbox is full of them. She texted our team to ask if a business can sell her email address after she unsubscribed from its mailing list. So Linda, let's verify. Our sources are the Canned Spam Act, the Federal Trade Commission, and Andrew Sternke, Chief Executive Officer and Private Investigator at Juris Disputes and Investigations. A 2003 federal law called the Canned Spam Act sets the rules for businesses that send commercial marketing emails. It requires companies to do two things: identify these emails as advertising and tell you how to opt out of receiving future emails from that company. According to the Canned Spam Act and the FTC, once you submit an opt-out request, businesses must remove you from their mailing list within 10 days, and they can no longer sell or transfer your email address. The FTC says there's one exception. Companies can transfer emails on its mailing list to a company that it's hired to help them comply with the Canned Spam Act. If companies don't follow the rules, they can face hefty fines. So Linda, we can verify, no. Businesses are not legally allowed to sell your email address after you unsubscribe from their mailing list. According to cybersecurity expert Andrew Sternke, the removal of emails from a mailing list is a self-regulated process that comes with some issues.
There's nothing saying that they didn't already sell your information, your email, prior to you opting out. They just can't do it once you opt out.
With your Verify, I'm Adiante Till.
What do you have for us today, Steph? I'm in the mood for shopping.
Hey, Tori, and hello, DBL Nation. I am so excited to show you the deals today, and believe me, they are just as fabulous as ever. But before we get started, very important news. I want you to know that these items are not guaranteed for a Christmas arrival in the post. So you've got to be aware of that before we get started, okay?
Fair.
So first up, we've got the Kenneth Cole women's puffer coat with a little hood. Look at that.
Oh.
So the deal includes one coat. We've got it available in 3 colors. We've got black, this gorgeous pearl, or magenta. So the Kenneth Cole brand is one of the most trusted brands in outerwear that can be found in high-end stores such as Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom. And now you will not find this jacket online anywhere else because Morning Save have an exclusive deal for you today. And this will be the lowest price they've ever offered on this jacket. Ooh. So normally it is $225, but we've got it, Tori, for $49.99, which is saving 78%. This one's really light and bright. It's gorgeous, whereas black, you can never go wrong with black, can you?
I love that. Great.
Now,
bright.
this, Tori, is so amazing. It is a 2-pack Bell & Howell 9-in-1 Super Deluxe Tactical Pen with a tool card. This deal includes 2 tactical pens and 2 tool cards. So this is cool because there is a flathead and a Phillips head screwdriver. There's a bottle opener in there. There's a whistle. Let me see if I can give it a... There we go. There's also an emergency escape tool. So this is a Morning Save customer favorite that has hundreds of 5-star ratings online. So normally these are $25 each, but we've got 2 for just $14.99, which means you guys are saving 70%.
Everybody could use this tool. Every human being.
So handy.
Keep it in your car.
So our next product is the Villanovum sleep mask with built-in Bluetooth speakers.
Whoa.
So this deal includes 1 sleep mask that is the perfect product to help you fall asleep. Now it will block out any light, and the built-in Bluetooth speakers will allow you to doze off to your favorite meditation exercises, podcasts, or calming music. And Morning Save is the exclusive retailer for this Villanovum product, so you cannot get this sleep mask anywhere else. So normally this is $60, but we've got it for just $19.99, which is saving up to 67%. If you struggle to go to sleep without some kind of, I don't know, television or background noise, and then maybe your partner doesn't like that, this is a really good way of getting what you need and blacking everything out and just listening, and then not disturbing anyone else as well.
Yes. Good night, everyone.
I know. See ya. And our last product is the Perfect Beauty 12-piece makeup remover towel gift set. So this deal includes 12 makeup remover towels available in 2 different colors. We've got red plaid and leopard. So these towels are reusable, they're machine washable, which means you can stop wasting on makeup remover wipes.
Yeah.
So Morning Save is the exclusive retailer for this set. So when they are gone, they are gone. And normally these are $45. They feel amazing, but we've got them for just $14.99, saving 63%, giving you lovely skin. And you know what's good? Because they're not white, it's not going to really stain like when you're washing your face.
Such a smart move. You're absolutely right. Guys, head on over to morningsave.com to snag these amazing deals, really at the lowest prices, or just scan that QR code right on screen and it will take you directly to these products on Morning Save's website. One more reminder, guys, that these items are not guaranteed for a Christmas arrival. Thank you so much, Steph. We'll be right back.
So I'm not proud of this mini feast, but here's one that would put it to shame. This post on Reddit went viral this week, not for how big and beautiful the spread is, but for how gross it is to have all that food out for so long with so many hovering hands, the commenters pointed out. Of course, 'tis the season to snack, to nibble, to graze, so let's verify, when does food go from gorgeous to gross? We turn to only the finest, freshest sources to find out. A food safety rule of thumb from the Department of Health and Human Services: never leave perishable foods out of the fridge for more than 2 hours. Past that point, it could make you sick.
Sometimes bacteria can cause food to spoil, but other times it can cause food to become unsafe and cause foodborne illness.
But what about cheese? Isn't aging kind of part of the process? Well, the rule still applies. Dairy Management Inc., a trade group that includes the National Dairy Council, says after 2 hours, hard cheeses like cheddar and Gouda need to go back to the fridge, and soft cheeses like brie and mozzarella should be tossed out. And that really goes for anything that belongs in a refrigerator, including raw meats and leftover cooked food.
When in doubt, throw it out.
HHS advises keeping hot foods on a chafing dish or in a warming tray or slow cooker. Anytime food gets between 40 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit, it becomes a feast for bacteria.
I have my own thermometer. I think that's a really good tool for people to have at home.
Even a hot, freshly cooked meal, sauce, or dip won't last once it cools down and enters the danger zone. As soon as it drops below 140, start the 2-hour countdown.
If you think you might have some leftovers, to just heat up and serve a small amount at a time.
And in 2022, we're still unfortunately passing more than just the appetizers. So to prevent the spread of viruses, make sure you have plenty of serving utensils and have people eat off their own plates, keeping their hands off the finger foods.
Just be intentional. Make food safety a part of your plan for your party.
When it comes to food prep, try not to put things out too early, because then it starts the clock earlier. Also, use common sense. Wash your hands, wash your knives and your cutting boards for at least 20 seconds. Keep raw foods and prepared foods separately, and check for mold on baked goods before eating or serving. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
The Biden administration issuing billions of dollars in loans to help make electric vehicle batteries. Let's connect the dots. One of the largest automakers in the world working towards its goal of going all electric. General Motors wants to phase out gas vehicles by 2036, but they're going to need a lot of electric batteries to pull that off. Now, the Biden administration issuing a $2.5 billion loan to help build 3 factories in Ohio, Michigan, and Tennessee. It'll help jumpstart domestic battery production. It all comes as several big names expand their electric vehicle production in South Carolina. Volvo and BMW, just a few of the automakers investing billions into electric vehicles. All of this to encourage Americans to hop in the driver's seat of the next generation of vehicles. And that is Connecting the Dots.
I know that when you went to go see your parents, you're going to watch the Sebastian Maniscalco special.
We saved it to watch it with my parents. I already watched it. Hilarious.
Hilarious.
Yeah, that guy grew up a couple towns over from like where we grew up.
It's so Jeff.
Yeah.
Watch it and you'll know Jeff.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how, that's local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Season's greetings from me to you. Be healthy, be happy, and most importantly, be kind to yourself.
I want to wish you all a very healthy and joyous holiday season.
We want to extend all the blessings and joy from our family to you.
From our family here at DBL to yours, we want to wish you a happy holiday season.
All of the love, all the prosperity, all of the joy, because you deserve it.
Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
The White Lotus finale leaves fans wanting more and already anticipating a season 3. Plus, the best shows of 2022. What was your favorite show of the year? A group of labor and delivery nurses get fired for mocking patients on TikTok. Did they deserve to get let go? And comedian Heather McDonald and Grammy winner Jewel will both be here live.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Welcome to DBL. The crew's back, and I didn't get to see the studio decorated. It looks phenomenal. You came back from Chicago, so this is your first time seeing it decorated.
Yeah, it looks great.
Too.
It looks fantastic.
How was Chicago?
It was great.
Did I see you?
Does this look a little tighter?
I saw you and the kids making handmade raviolis.
Yeah, and eating raviolis and a lot of cheese and drinks and beef sandwiches and
a lot. Did you
it
get
was
Portillo's?
Of course.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
And
yeah.
your two buddies that we know, Tony.
Oh, I thought you were going to say your two bills. I'm like, yeah, I'm a little past that. But yeah, I saw all my buddies.
Vita Dawn was not there.
Vita Dawn was not there, but Mimo was there.
Mimo.
Yeah, Mimo was there. Yeah.
Mimo.
Love it. Okay, so we got to talk about this because everywhere you look on social media, people are talking about the hit HBO series White Lotus. But before I describe it, we're not going to give away spoilers, okay? I have not yet seen the finale. So it's a mystery about a fancy resort hotel. This season it was in Sicily. The finale aired on Sunday, finally revealing who died. And again, no spoilers, but it is at the top of the list of the best TV shows of 2022. And let's be honest, there were a ton of really good shows that aired or streamed this past year. Some other top picks include popular shows like Yellowstone. That show is now in its 5th season. Abbott Elementary is on a lot of lists for the best show of the year. It received 5 Golden Globe nominations yesterday. And The Crown on Netflix was on a number of top show lists this season, but it was all about Charles and Diana's divorce, if you remember, created a lot of controversy on The Crown. So what was your favorite show of 2022, Tori, and what shows did you not like so much?
I loved Severance. I was trying to give it more of a thing, but it didn't work out. Anyway, Severance was my pick. It aired in or premiered in February, and I really think it was an allegory for like work life and home life. And what it is, if you're severed, is you can't remember your home life at work or your work life at home. Like your brain has been severed.
Compartmentalized.
Literally. And so it's all about a mystery. Adam Scott. It's just John Turturro, excuse me, but a great, if you're interested in sort of like a mystery, suspense, top show of the year for me.
What did you not like?
She-Hulk.
Oh.
I wanted to like it, and I liked Tatiana Maslany, the actress, but it just didn't do well for me.
For you.
It was a she-boo.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And Jeffrey?
Severance, great show.
Thank you.
Haven't seen it yet. I gotta watch it. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Mine is The Offer. Okay, I love that show. I love the time era. It's all like real characters. I love this guy. Miles Teller.
Yes.
Yeah, I love this
guy.
But it's just, you know what I mean? It's just a different era, right? I understand things weren't perfect in the world there, but it was about the making of The Godfather.
Yeah.
Very cool, very old Hollywood, and I really just enjoyed it.
And based on a true story. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's
I loved
all true.
it too. I almost
Behind
picked
the scenes.
The Offer. The worst show.
Thanks to you. 1899.
It's not the worst show.
It's the worst show ever. The director passed away or started a drug or alcohol problem. And yeah.
Is that true?
No, it's not true. But the second half of the series is bananas bad. It's so stupid.
Jeffrey Schroeder. I literally looked at TV Guide's top list of TV shows this morning to kind of jog my memory, and 1899 is on there as the top show.
No,
It may
because
not be
people are stupid. That's why. Yeah, that's why. Listen, if you write a fantastic show the first 4 episodes, and then you're just like, well, what are we going to do now? I don't know. Let's bring in this 5-year-old to finish it. Yeah. Watch it. Go ahead. Waste 8 hours of your life.
All right. Okay. Erica, favorite?
I'm going to go with First Wives Club on BET. You know, I love a comeback story, and this really has a lot of great elements of comeback power. Some of my favorite people. Look at Jill Scott. She looks so beautiful. Essence. Oh, my God. Michelle Buteau. I just love them all. I love the spirit of this show.
And do you have a worst?
Okay, I'm going to go with, and I know this is a top one, but I'm going to go with The Watcher. And this is why. It's not because
I liked it.
there was anything wrong with the particular show. It's the way that it made me feel.
Creeped out.
And I can't, apparently that means that it was really good.
No, I'll give you some ammo for that because I really liked it, and then I tend to go on these deep dives to figure out, because it's supposed to be based on a true story. Literally none of it was really true.
None of it was true.
There was like
one thing.
They got a letter.
They had a house and a letter. They got one letter.
Yeah.
That was it. The Watcher, I'm watching nothing. It was terrible. I thought it was terrible.
Okay.
I liked it.
Okay.
Except to the end, but I understand it does give you some creepy vibes.
Yeah, I couldn't like walk around my house freely.
I liked it. How about you, Sam?
So
1899 was your favorite?
No, not at all. I thought it was fantastic.
Well, tell more people about it.
It wasn't my favorite. My favorite is Wednesday. I'm obsessed with Wednesday.
That's a good Sam show.
Oh my gosh. If you guys have not seen Wednesday yet, don't listen to my recommendations, Jeff, because according to you, I have crappy recommendations.
I won't be watching Wednesday.
Wednesday is fantastic. I love it. As far as shows that I hate, football.
Just like in general? Like the sport?
Yes.
The sport of football.
Listen, that just proves my point. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm like, what show is football?
major network.
Yeah, we're familiar, Sam. Okay. I'm a season ticket holder. You'll remember.
It's on
Although the
every major
49ers
network.
have this young kid that's quite good.
Really?
Yeah.
Which kid?
Purdy?
Purdy.
The young kid
He's
that's
Purdy,
quite
or is his
good.
name Purdy?
No, he's really good.
Oh, and
Yeah.
he's Purdy.
So what
And he was like a
position does he play?
I have no idea. I just know that my
He's the
parents told me
quarterback.
last night, that he was not a good draft pick, but now all of a sudden
He's Mr.
like,
Insignificant, so that's the last pick of the draft. Long story short, the 49ers' first two quarterbacks got hurt. He was the third-string quarterback, and he's coming in. He's a rookie.
It's like
and they have a chance to win the
Seabiscuit.
Super Bowl. So,
irrelevant.
yeah.
Irrelevant.
Okay.
No, Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh, okay. You were wrong. You said Mr. Insignificant. That's
Oh, I did?
embarrassing. Yeah, you did.
I'm not embarrassed at all.
Okay,
Yeah.
Tori, before we go, I always make you, because we started with White Lotus, and what do I always make you do? Your Jennifer Coolidge impression. Can you please show the viewers?
Okay, ready? DBL's new and coming up. We got Jewel. Hey, Portia. You hate me. Oh, plus a video on TikTok of, this is serious. Sorry, labor and delivery. Go ahead, Sam, my love.
Labor and delivery
That was pretty good, though. That was pretty good.
Mocking their patients get them in big trouble. We're going to talk all about whether they deserved to be fired. That's coming up next. Thank you.
It's happy holiday season time.
From our DBL family to yours, we want to wish you
A happy holiday season.
A happy holiday season.
I know.
Overdoing that. That's exactly.
So I love Tori's impressions, but I definitely think Jennifer Coolidge is at the top of my list. Yeah. Then I would say, because I've seen her do quite a bit. So there's Reba, Jennifer Coolidge. Oh, Jodie Foster. Yeah, Tori, do your Jodie Foster. Do I? Tree in the wind.
Oh no, I hate that.
That's Nell. Tay in the wind. Tay in the wind. It's a really interesting movie. But she also does this. She does this a lot of lip.
Yeah.
Oh, here you Hannibal. Little Southern. I'm Clarice. I'm Clarice. That's okay. Can audience put in another person? Who's another person? To do another impression.
You're really good at impressions.
Who
else do you do?
I can do this guy.
Okay.
And on the golden bathroom was a golden toilet.
Oh yeah, she's good at that's
Robin Leach.
Robin Leach, Lifestyles of the Rich and the Famous.
Super relevant.
Yeah.
Super relevant.
No, you're good at him.
That's
Yeah.
all. No one's heard of him. No, of course not. You don't think it was a good
Everyone
impression?
knows who Robin Leach is.
No, he thinks it was a bad impression. I'm gold.
Greatest impression.
You said no one knows Robin Leach.
Everyone knows Robin Leach.
He was on True Beverly Hills. He was on. Yeah. Okay. What about who else do you think she could do? Oh, was he nice?
Back in like the lady. Oh, this is
Okay.
okay.
I'm Batman. Bane and.
I'm Bane.
Jennifer Coolidge. That's Jennifer Coolidge.
None of those are good.
It's hard out here in these DBL streets.
It really is. It's called a cold room. Freezing. You know?
Do you ever forget to put, I can't say it on your.
Do I feel short or?
Oh, all the time.
Am I okay? You can say
It's not a word.
Welcome back. Celine Dion recently shocked the world by announcing she's been diagnosed with stiff person syndrome, leaving us all wondering if she'll ever be able to perform again. So what do we know about stiff person syndrome, and is it something that we should all be worried about? To help us with this, we've got the one and only Dr. Coley with us today. Thank you so much, Dr. Coley, for answering our questions. A lot of people have been writing in about this.
Yeah, so Dr. Coley, a lot of us had never heard of this illness until Celine's announcement. What are some of the symptoms and how is it treated?
Honestly,
honestly, it's so rare. It's a 1 in a million that I've only seen one single case of it in my medical training. It was during medical school, very dramatic, because I walked into the room. The person was literally like a board on their bed, couldn't get out of bed, couldn't move, and they had asymmetry, so one side was more involved than the other. But this has been around for some time. It used to be called stiff man syndrome, but then we realized it actually affects females a little more commonly than males, and so they changed the name to stiff person syndrome. And you know, we have our brain and our spinal cord has nerves that control our muscles, and it sends signals through chemicals to control those muscles. And basically the chemicals that are involved in those signals are what's damaged in stiff person syndrome. So the muscles get stuck in the on position. The off chemical is basically affected. So think about it like your stereo with the volume turned up all the way. You know, the muscles are really rigid. And we're not just talking minor muscle spasms. These are muscle spasms that can make you fall over, that can make you scream out in pain, that can prevent you from doing anything. And unfortunately, there's no cure. You just sort of treat the symptoms.
Oh my gosh.
I feel so bad for someone.
I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine.
Okay, so this next story, sorry, trying to process it, but Dr. Coley, we wanted to get your opinion because this next story is pretty crazy. It's all over. It's gone viral. So the nurses from an Atlanta hospital were fired after posting videos mocking their patients. It's all part of a TikTok trend of people describing their quote-unquote icks or things that annoy them. So let's take a look, and then we're going to talk to Dr. Coley.
My ick is when you come in for your induction talking about, can I take a shower and eat? What? My ick is when you ask me how much the baby weighs and it's still in your hands. Dad comes outside and asks for a paternity test right outside the room door.
So Dr. Coley, what are your thoughts on this? And have you ever encountered anything similar?
You know, this happens all the time behind closed doors in medicine, right? People work in medicine, they get annoyed by things. But this sort of a public display on social media of something so private, you know, when you go into the doctor's office and you close that door, we've taken an oath to keep everything between us and the patient, no matter what they tell you, no matter how egregious it is, no matter how much it might disagree with your beliefs or, you know, the way that you conduct your life. To put it on public display like this, to me, they shouldn't just have been fired. I think they should actually get their medical license revoked. I think these nurses need to be made an example of because this is becoming an epidemic in medicine where doctors are, you know, getting rid of patient privacy, getting rid of patient respect by displaying all types of things. Like one of my friends who got in big trouble put in his surgery. He was doing a surgery on somebody who had a big tumor in a kind of a strange place, and he put that patient's surgery on social media.
My God.
Now, he didn't use the patient's name, but imagine if you are that patient or that patient's family and you see this kind of a mockery on social media. I mean, this is not a reality show, guys. This is people's lives, their health problems, their ups and their downs, and to make a joke out of it like this, I think is incredibly unprofessional.
Yeah, I thought it was outrageous. I was glad it was Emory University. I was glad they were fired. I also think their medical license, just because of the basic necessity of being kind. Like one of them was like my ick factor is when somebody wants a blanket.
What if they didn't know? Let me play devil's advocate here because I'm not condoning it. But what if the person filming them, what if they had a couple of followers and they just thought, oh, I'm participating in this trend, you caught me off guard, and then the person uploads it and then boom, it exploded. Again, not condoning it, but do you give them any benefit of the doubt?
No, that's a breach of the Hippocratic Oath, isn't it? I mean, you really can't do that.
And you're being filmed. You're not having this conversation in the break room. You're performing for social media to get followers. And this is what makes me really upset because doctors are also jumping onto this trend and we need to stop it right now.
All right, Dr. Coley, thank you so much for being here and, of course, answering all of our questions. If you have a question for Dr. Coley, please write us. You can also follow Dr. Coley on Twitter at PyleColeyMD, and we could read your question on air. Thanks again, Dr. Coley. We'll be right back with Jewel.
Billions of emails are sent every day, and as we all probably see in our inboxes, many of them are marketing promotions. Verify viewer Linda says her inbox is full of them. She texted our team to ask if a business can sell her email address after she unsubscribed from its mailing list. So Linda, let's verify. Our sources are the Canned Spam Act, the Federal Trade Commission, and Andrew Sternke, Chief Executive Officer and Private Investigator at Juris Disputes and Investigations. A 2003 federal law called the Can Spam Act sets the rules for businesses that send commercial marketing emails. It requires companies to do two things: identify these emails as advertising and tell you how to opt out of receiving future emails from that company. According to the Can Spam Act and the FTC, once you submit an opt-out request, businesses must remove you from their mailing list within 10 days, and they can no longer sell or transfer your email address. The FTC says there's one exception. Companies can transfer emails on its mailing list to a company that it's hired to help them comply with the Can Spam Act. If companies don't follow the rules, they can face hefty fines. So Linda, we can verify, no. Businesses are not legally allowed to sell your email address after you unsubscribe from their mailing list. According to cybersecurity expert Andrew Sternke, the removal of emails from a mailing list is a self-regulated process that comes with some issues.
There's nothing saying that they didn't already sell your information, your email, prior to you opting out. They just can't do it once you opt out.
With your Verify, I'm Adiante Till. Love me some Jewel. Welcome back to DBL. So our next guest went from a girl who grew up with no running water on an Alaskan homestead to a homeless teenager in San Diego to an award-winning multi-platinum recording artist who released one of the best-selling debuts of all time. Please welcome Jewel.
Yeah! Jewel, so good to talk to you today. Big fan, I think we all are. But Freewheelin' Woman is your first studio album in 7 years. How did you lay the groundwork for this, first of all? And are you most proud of one track over another? I'm nervous.
You know, the one you played, oh, it's so sweet. It's so nice to be with you guys. I took 7 years off. I'm a single mom, and I really wanted to focus on my son. That was actually a promise I made myself when I was 18, when I got discovered. I knew with my emotional background that, God forbid, someone like me become famous. That means, you know, it's like every movie you've seen about every celebrity. They end up in drug use and with psychotic breakdowns, and I didn't want that to happen. So I've always taken really big breaks in my career to make sure that my life is my best work of art, not just that my art is my art. But I love this album. It's the first album I've written from scratch, and the song you guys played a clip of is the first one I wrote, and I think it is my favorite.
Oh my gosh, I don't blame you. It was delicious. Beautiful. You brought up being a mom, and I think some people are not talking enough about is being a mom with a career, specifically a career in the music industry. Can you share your experience with our audience?
Yeah, I called this album Freewheeling Woman because I wanted it to represent who I am now. I'm a 48-year-old woman, and I'm actually at the height of my singing power. I believe I'm writing better than I've ever written. And for me as a young woman in this industry, I didn't see women enter motherhood and become mothers and talk about being mothers and watch us age and talk about the entire thing, and actually mentor several musicians now, young mothers who are trying to figure out how to tour with babies. How do you have your child in school and be a musician? It's obviously a niche market, but it's just particular challenges I think we face as mothers. And most importantly, I wanted people to see I feel empowered. I'm proud of where I am. I fought hard to be where I am as a woman. I get to dictate where my life goes. I'm not beholden to anyone. And I did it as a writer. And so that's why I wanted this album to be written from scratch, to have that feeling.
I love that. Jewel, we're so happy to see your passion for raising mental health awareness. Can you tell us how your own journey paved the way for you to help others?
Yeah, I moved out when I was 15, and I knew statistically kids like me end up repeating the cycle. And I didn't want to be a statistic. I wanted to believe that happiness was for people like me too. But I didn't have money for traditional support systems like therapy. So I started to develop tools that started to help me create new habits. And when I got discovered, one of the first things I did was help form the Inspiring Children Foundation, where we take these behavioral tools that I developed. We worked with neuroscientists to show why they work, work, how they rewire the brain. And now we're one of the top in the country at helping kids with suicidal and anxiety. And again, it's without therapy. Not that I'm against therapy, not everybody has access. So I've been trying to find ways that could supplement therapy or even work with it. And in doing this, we realized 50% of the nation lives in what I call a mental health desert. They don't actually even have access to any mental health tools, any mental health resources. So that's why we started the hashtag Not Alone Challenge.
So speaking of those tools, Jewel, by the way, you are a Jewel. It's lovely hearing from you. Where can our viewers find mental health tools to feel less alone, especially during the holidays, which, to be honest, are really, really hard for a lot of people?
Yeah, we started the hashtag Not Alone Challenge so that we could save lives over the holidays, reminding people they're not alone, but more importantly, not just reminding them they're not alone, but offering free mental health tools. For people to find those tools, they can go to notalonechallenge.org. We're also auctioning off amazing items from actors, CEOs, musicians, athletes, and people can go on there and bid on those auctions, and all the money raises to go toward creating scalable digital mental health tools so that these people in these mental health deserts can finally get help.
She's such a good human being.
What a gift.
What a human,
I know.
right?
I know,
Jeez.
Jewel.
And the auction items, you guys, are so fun. You know Misha Collins from Supernatural? I heard you guys talking about TV shows earlier. He's going to do a custom poem for somebody. The DJ, Charlie Jordan, is going to do a VIP dinner, nightclub experience. You could watch a movie with Chevy Chase. Or the Bryan Brothers, if anybody loves tennis, the Bryan Brothers will play teams with you at the Miami Open, which is pretty cool.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Jewel, do you have a favorite show from 2022?
Gosh, you know, I've been hearing so much about White Lotus. I haven't checked it out yet, but that's on my list.
Yeah.
You are so lucky you get to binge it all at the same time.
Real good.
Jewel, thank you so much. To our viewers, you can find more information on the Not Alone Challenge in Jewel's Instagram bio @Jewel, and use the hashtag Not Alone Challenge to share your own mental health struggles and successes. And of course, you can listen to Freewheelin' Woman out now. Thank you so much, Jewel. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Jewel.
There are no more tears, sweetheart.
So I'm not proud of this mini feast, but here's one that would put it to shame. This post on Reddit went viral this week, not for how big and beautiful the spread is, but for how gross it is to have all that food out for so long with so many hovering hands, the commenters pointed out. Of course, 'tis the season to snack, to nibble, to graze, so let's verify, when does food go from gorgeous to gross? We turn to only the finest, freshest sources to find out. A food safety rule of thumb from the Department of Health and Human Services: never leave perishable foods out of the fridge for more than 2 hours. Past that point, it could make you sick.
Sometimes bacteria can cause food to spoil, but other times it can cause food to become unsafe and cause foodborne illness.
But what about cheese? Isn't aging kind of part of the process? Well, the rule still applies. Dairy Management Inc., a trade group that includes the National Dairy Council, says after 2 hours, hard cheeses like cheddar and Gouda need to go back to the fridge, and soft cheeses like brie and mozzarella should be tossed out. And that really goes for anything that belongs in a refrigerator, including raw meats and leftover cooked food.
When in doubt, throw it out.
HHS advises keeping hot foods on a chafing dish or in a warming tray or slow cooker. Anytime food gets between 40 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit, it becomes a feast for bacteria.
I have my own thermometer. I think that's a really good tool for people to have at home.
Even a hot, freshly cooked meal, sauce, or dip won't last once it cools down and enters the danger zone. As soon as it drops below 140, start the 2-hour countdown.
If you think you might have some leftovers, to just heat up and serve a small amount at a time.
And in 2022, we're still unfortunately passing more than just the appetizers. So to prevent the spread of viruses, make sure you have plenty of serving utensils and have people eat off their own plates, keeping their hands off the finger foods.
Just be intentional. Make food safety a part of your plan for your party.
When it comes to food prep, try not to put things out too early, because then it starts the clock earlier. Also, use common sense. Wash your hands, wash your knives and your cutting boards for at least 20 seconds. Keep raw foods and prepared foods separately, and check for mold on baked goods before eating or serving. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
The Biden administration issuing billions of dollars in loans to help make electric vehicle batteries. Let's connect the dots. One of the largest automakers in the world working towards its goal of going all electric. General Motors wants to phase out gas vehicles by 2036, but they're going to need a lot of electric batteries to pull that off. Now, the Biden administration issuing a $2.5 billion loan to help build 3 factories in Ohio, Michigan, and Tennessee. It'll help jumpstart domestic battery production. It all comes as several big names expand their electric vehicle production in South Carolina. Volvo and BMW, just a few of the automakers investing billions into electric vehicles. All of this to encourage Americans to hop in the driver's seat of the next generation of vehicles. And that is Connecting the Dots.
Well, we have a lot of comments in regard to Jewel. Barbara says she is such a great example of using her platform for a great cause that she actually lived through herself, a genuinely good soul. And Jamie says, thank you for discussing the subject of mental health. Good for her.
Yeah.
She's really lived a tumultuous life.
And a successful one.
Yes, amazing.
Comeback story.
Yeah, she is.
I wanted to tell her you're saving a lot of souls. You get that joke?
Yeah, you will save your soul.
Thanks for
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of
And
the
the
show
impression.
online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Comedian Heather McDonald will be here live. She's giving us the scoop on her podcast. And the stars came out for the big Avatar premiere last night. Will it end up being the biggest movie of the year?
Running warm, being feverish. What's the difference? And when you're sick, why does it matter? Searches for what qualifies as a fever shot up this weekend online. So let's verify. Our sources are the CDC, several hospitals, and Dr. Michael Knight from George Washington University.
Sure. So fever is when our body starts to react to either an infection or our immune system is revved up, if you will, because of an autoimmune condition.
And your body temperature rises. Regardless of if you're a person who runs hot or you're someone who's always cold, our experts agree that most healthcare providers consider a temperature of 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit or above to be a fever. Though Cedars-Sinai Hospital explains that anything from 99.6 to 100.3 could be considered a low-grade fever.
When we think about what is a fever, it's when the temperature of the body is higher than your average temperature.
A fever is a sign your immune system is at work, but it's still a symptom that you can treat, kind of like a cough or a headache. So Dr. Knight says not to worry about taking something to bring a fever down, to help you feel better and avoid dehydration.
Fever reducers such as acetaminophen, ibuprofen, or aspirin have not been shown to prevent your body from fighting an infection.
And because fevers are just another symptom of illness, you might not have a fever even if you are sick. So if you are experiencing other signs of illness, it's worth checking in with your doctor. And if you do have a fever, the CDC recommends waiting until 24 hours after your temperature normalizes to go back to work. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all, just stop. This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Welcome to DBL. So the stars did come out to walk the blue carpet for the Avatar, The Way of the Water premiere in Los Angeles. Zoe Saldana looked stunning, you guys. Look at her in this black strapless gown. Her co-star Sam Worthington made an appearance. They both starred in the original back in 2009. It's been that long. Wow. Sigourney Weaver is back, but this time plays the adopted daughter of Sam and Zoe's characters. She played Dr. Grace Augustine in the first film. And singers The Weeknd and her both released new music on the film's soundtrack. But missing from the premiere was the film's director, James Cameron. He had to skip it after catching COVID. The film reportedly cost $250 million, but James said earlier it will need to make $2 billion in order to even turn a profit. So, question is, will Avatar be the biggest movie of the year, Tori? Is it going to beat Top Gun? What do you think? What?
$2 billion? You have to be, let me look this up, I saw it, the third or fourth highest grossing film in history to break even. This is the dumbest move ever. 2009 was too long ago to have people have momentum to want to get back in the theater. Plus, the CGI, to me, is not any heart. There's no investment in these characters. I felt more investment with like the Brontosaurus in 1993 from Jurassic Park because there's heart there. Avatar is just too overblown, too much money. I think it's gonna sink in the way of the water.
What?
It's the name of the film.
Avatar has so much humanity. First of all, the $2 billion, you're not remembering all the licensing deals. So I'm sure he's banking on the fact that there's going to be T-shirts and hats and figurines and all types of sorts of things.
But is it like still trendy now? I feel like Avatar, I don't know.
Well, is Avatar on that top whatever list you have?
Well, no, because it's been like 20 years.
Yeah, I still think it might be on the top.
No, it has.
All time.
No, it did. The first one did. And I'm not saying it couldn't. I'm just saying to have that much momentum after it already has done that, after many, many years, to me, I'm not seeing people racing to get in line to go see Avatar. And you need people in line for this.
Well, he hasn't been sitting on his hands. And to go see this is going to draw people back to the theater, right? If you're going to see a movie in the theater at all after COVID and all this, you're going to see Avatar in 3D. And if you're bringing your family, that ticket's over $100. So it's not like a $10 pop each time. I think he's going to make his money back because this is going to go international, right? And then with all the merchandising, the rides at Disney, whoever made it, he's been working on this for 10 years, and it's James Cameron. The whole time he's been working, it's gonna be good. He's gonna get big numbers.
It's gonna blow our
Avatar
minds.
1 is probably in the top 5, I would say, I don't know, of all-time grossing films. Now, because of inflation, tickets are a little bit more. I think they're gonna hit that number.
I'm just told that Avatar is the top grossing movie of all time.
It was. It was amazing. Of all time. No, I'm saying the second one has to then be their third or fourth highest of all time to even break even.
She's not getting
I just think Avatar stinks. Avatar stinks.
I understood. See, y'all are invested in it. I've never seen Avatar, and I never had any desire to see it.
Awful.
So I'm coming at it, thinking of it a little differently. And what Tori said made a lot of sense. They would have to at least do, well, close to what they did the first time.
Right.
And the truth is, the first time I remember people saying it's something like we've never seen before.
Yes.
That was the big pull to
Now
get
you've seen
people
it.
to the theater. I'm just more like bum for James Cameron. Like, you spend all this time and resource, and you can't even go to the premiere. Like, dang, that sucks.
Are the premieres getting, like, when I saw everybody, like, isn't it getting a little, like, just watch the movie? You know what I mean? I don't care.
They're doing these.
Yeah, the blue carpet. Yeah, I'm over it.
Didn't you go to your movie premiere, the movie that you were in?
Yeah, it was a step and repeat, and I didn't like it.
Right.
No, I didn't. I think it's corny. I think it's corny. I really do. I'm not just saying that. I just think, like, great, you did the movie, you got paid millions of dollars, now you need to pose. I don't know, just get in there.
Too much.
Go out to dinner, go home. Yeah.
Okay. It turns out we've been saying Brendan Fraser's name wrong. We all thought it was Fraser, like the Cheers character, right? Well, he revealed the correct way to say it during a conversation with Adam Sandler. Take a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brendan Fraser. How do you say it now? Fraser. Like I'm going to say Fraser anyway. Let me say Fraser. Get a shave. But I. You know what? Nobody's ever got my name. Brendan Fraser. See, it didn't sound right. It felt good though. All right.
It doesn't sound right. Brendan's new movie, The Whale, has also been receiving some criticism over the fact that he wore a fat suit in the film, but the movie's director says he doesn't understand the backlash. He said the goal was to make Brendan's 600-pound character look as realistic as possible, because if it didn't look real, it would look like a joke. He added that people with obesity are often portrayed as bad guys or as punchlines, but the character in The Whale is a complete person with both good and bad parts about him. Listen, we hear mixed reviews about The Whale. Most people are saying that he gave an extraordinary performance. What about us getting his name? So it's Brendan Fraser.
Yeah.
Like Razor.
Right, and then I watched the Adam Sandler interview. He kept calling him Fraser. And he was like, I guess it doesn't matter. I felt so bad. And yeah, I never would have thought, but it's more Irish, Fraser.
Well, if you're looking at it, it's like we just really just want to say what we want to say is what it really comes down to it. It's like all of a sudden we had this issue earlier this week. We defy the rules of just basic phonics, okay? It looks like Fraser. It's more comfortable for people to say Fraser, but it also shows how little we really have invested in simple human things like learning people's names, because for Rihanna to be called Rihanna for all these years, or Adele to be called Adele to be called Adele, I still can't do it. I'm really trying hard,
I think
y'all.
it's like Adele.
I'm trying so hard.
Adele.
But it just shows you that we don't give people that type of respect to actually learn and say their name correctly until they've become such a big name that you're like, oh, is that the truth? And we still don't do it. You listen to the radio and Rihanna, she said it was Rihanna. I'm going to call her Rihanna.
After how long, though? I think there's got to be a time limit.
It's their name.
Yeah, but after a certain time, you're Fraser.
Okay,
you know
no,
what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
it's over.
I kind of know
you can't do it
it's part
20 years later.
It's part of the pop culture vernacular. Yeah, it's weird to say Brendan Fraser. I get it. It's wrong and disrespectful, but I totally get it.
Speaking of the movie I was in, they spelled my name wrong in the opening credits.
Oh my God.
But I don't care.
That's
I really don't.
Jeff.
It's not terrible. What's terrible about it? They forgot like an H in there or something.
Oh man.
But what? Oh man. What do you care?
Because people, if they want to Google you, might get it wrong.
So you don't think you're going to find me without an H?
They don't find him.
Well, there is a drummer.
No, a guitarist.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, but I don't care. In the scheme of things, who cares?
Well, some people
healthy.
do care because their name is their identity, so they care.
I don't care, Fraser. Call me Pete. I don't care.
All right,
my name to Pete. 2003 Pete.
People have butchered my last name my whole
2023.
2003. Wait, what do they call you?
They just can't pronounce Shocker.
Oh.
Or they would do other things.
Does it bother you? The other things, yes. The name pronunciation.
In high school, the other things, the hand gesture would bother me.
Yep.
And then, well, yes. And then, people not being able to say shocker and sure and chacher, bothered.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
But if people you didn't care about said your name wrong, would you care about it? Is what I'm saying.
Every time I do an interview, it's Samantha Chacher. Yeah, it bothers me.
It does?
Yes.
Who cares?
I care. Right? My mom and dad are watching. That's their.
But they know it's you. What's the difference?
But that's my dad's surname.
Like when they call me Tony Schoolman, I didn't feel good about it.
Who called you Tony Schoolman?
It was in a write-up about the show. They put her as.
I've been Troy.
That's right. We had
I'm often Eric. I don't know why people just can't get the A.
Well, don't people call our show like the Daily
Double,
Beast or the Daily Double?
Blast.
Now that bothers me. I don't know why, but.
Okay. Coming up on here. Friend of the show, Heather McDonald will be here live. Yes. There she is. We can't wait to talk with her coming up next. Ooh, look at her highlighter. It looks so good. This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that. Great research.
DBL is all new every day.
Someone once wrote us in and said, I just love watching the Daily Double. I'm like, that's definitely not what we're called. But yeah, he found someone who knew our name. That's like a first for us. This is really big.
Yeah, I was at Panera Bread, so you're probably watching online because this was agenda. But someone came up to me and they're like, wow, you're Jeff from Daily Blast Live. And I was like, wow, you got her name right. And then she's like, oh yeah, I love it. Erica, Al, Sam, Tori. She named everybody. I wish this was on television because she probably doesn't watch YouTube, but she loves it every day. And thanks for saying her name right.
What's her name? Do you remember her name?
I didn't ask.
That's so cruel.
Well, my kids were there getting sodas and stuff. What do you want me to do? Take her out to lunch? You know?
First of all, I do imagine, I travel with 2 dogs, and I'm like, that's so annoying. But traveling with children, 1 to 10, how bad is it?
This last time I just got back from Chicago, for people online who thought I got fired.
Did they really?
Yeah, there's been a little buzz. I just got back from Chicago, and The kids were good. They were good. They're getting older. They're 6 and 4 now.
They're very polite.
They're getting good. Lawson's really good. Layton's still a little bit of that guy.
Yeah,
He's
but
four.
they came
He's
in
young.
and you asked to give him a handshake to Al, and little Layton put out his tiny little hand.
Yeah,
for
they're good
Al.
kids. They're good
They're
kids.
very polite, and very, very, and yeah, you should be very proud.
But you could, traveling's a little easier now. So it was maybe more trips in the future.
Yeah, and it was a big airplane.
Yeah, the big ones. I don't know if you guys flown with the 4 in the middle.
That's
so
nice.
our family fits in there. You could jam the kids in there and duct tape them to the seat.
That's not what he does. Don't try that at home.
Welcome back. She is a comedy writer for stars like Chelsea Handler, but she's also a stand-up comedian and a major Bravo-holic. Heather McDonald joins us live with some juicy scoop about the housewives and here to tell us what she's been up to lately. Heather!
Yes.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Well, you look beautiful, and before we get started, I just wanted to say, although we are excited for some juicy scoops, definitely, I really wanted you to share with us, if you could, about that scary hotel experience, and it really inspired you to warn other women traveling alone, which I really thank you for. Can you tell us just what happened real quick?
Yeah, so I was at a hotel on the road, and it was the afternoon, and my producer, who's a young female, she had just left the room. So normally I always double lock the door, but it was in the afternoon and she had just left. And a couple minutes later, there was like a knock on the door. And before I opened it, I was like, yes. And it was a man, and he said, oh, I have to come in and fix something. And I'm like, no, I never ordered anything. And then it was like, he's like, no, I have stuff to drop off for housekeeping. And I'm like, no, I don't need anything. I just checked in like an hour ago. And so then I looked, and I could see that he walked away, and he didn't have a housekeeping card. And he was wearing regular clothes. So then I called downstairs, and I told them what the situation was. And they never called me back to say, oh, that was Raul and he got the wrong door, And so then I thought about it. I'm like, I'm just going to tell the story right now on TikTok right now to warn people not to open the door, to tell them to leave things by the door if they need it, if you're alone. And the response I got, it went viral, but what women do on the road, they had people say, I leave the TV on. I say, goodbye, honey. I pretend that I'm traveling with a man. This was one of those hotels that didn't have the key. You didn't need a key to go upstairs. We'd also come in and eaten at the restaurant like at 2 in the afternoon. So it was just very, very strange. And it's the amount of stories like that out there. So you just have to be really extra careful, especially if you're a female traveling alone.
Thank you for sharing that
Wow,
story.
that's scary.
I heard about it on my own. Yeah, I was like,
So Heather, let's get to your podcast, Juicy Scoop. It launched 7 years ago. So what's so juicy about your podcast, Juicy Scoop?
You want to say it again?
Juicy Scoop. It was a term I used for a long time, and I've always loved pop culture, but I also really like to go deep into whatever I think is juicy, whether it's a crime, something that's happening in the reality world of TV, celebrities, and then go deeper and be like, what was the layers to this? How does it relate to just someone at home listening to the normal life, that their relationship could even have elements that are similar to a Harry and Meghan, with a half sister or not inviting someone to the wedding. So I always feel like you can take anything that's juicy in the headlines and kind of go deeper. And that's why I think people love the podcast.
Well, I've listened to Juicy Scoop. I'm actually subscribed to Juicy Scoop.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Because I love how you just say it and you don't pull a whole like any punches. And sometimes I'll be like, what'd she just say? And I'll listen again. But let's talk about, because you went on a girls trip, you went on a girls trip, if you went on a girls trip, Lord, which 2 housewives would you pick to join you and where would you go?
Ooh, that's good.
Well, I'll always pick someplace warm over like a skiing situation because nothing better than just like walking in Mexico. And I like a beautiful resort, and I was thinking about it, and definitely Kathy Hilton, because I've only met her a couple times, and I really feel like we don't know enough about her. But I think on a girls' trip, a few days with me, I would get the real juicy scoop about her life, her childhood, Kyle, her sister, Paris, everything. Did she do the lipstick thing on purpose to draw attention from Mariska? Like, what is the scoop there? And then I definitely would take Garcelle, because Garcelle and Kathy get along. I've worked with Garcelle, and I just think she's so laid back and chill, and she does say it like it is. And I just like her expressions, and you just know what she's thinking when she's just like, annoyed with people. So those two, I think, would be a really fun time.
I hope cameras would follow you. That would be juicy.
That would be.
I would want to see everything. I would want to be a fly on the wall. But I have to get your opinion. We have a minute left. What do you make of the New York cast being canceled and replaced?
I was not happy about it. I thought we were going to have both of them, so hopefully the legacy will come back. But I guess Ramona said that she's definitely not coming back, and the only reason I'm sad about that is because Ramona is my easiest character to do an impersonation. Well, if she was here, she'd be like, you know what, I'm really glad you asked me about that, okay, because it's really upsetting. I was one of the first housewives. I support women. A lot of people doesn't. Bethany doesn't support women. A lot of people don't support women. I've always been there. I'm always ready to have some good time with some hot guys. So I'm sad about Ramona.
That was so good. Nailed it. Heather, I want Tori to quickly do her Jennifer Coolidge for you.
Hi there, Heather.
Well, I love Jennifer. I know her personally. I just talked to her on the phone on Saturday.
Don't mention this, please.
Yes. And I was like, and she's like, and she's a juicy scooper, and she's like, Heather, you just tell it like it is. You don't care.
Say it.
Just say it. Yeah.
Oh
And I go, how do you feel that you're an icon now? And she goes, what does that even mean?
She is.
It's like, so I love it. I love that. And I love that she's nominated and everything.
Amen.
So, lots of good things for her. But I did know that they were going to kill her.
Heather, we got to go. We have a heart out.
Goodbye.
Thank you for joining us. DBL Nation, subscribe to Juicy Scoop.
Billions of emails are sent every day. And as we all probably see in our inboxes, many of them are marketing promotions. Verify viewer Linda says her inbox is full of them. She texted our team to ask if a business can sell her email address after she unsubscribed from its mailing list. So Linda, let's verify. Our sources are the Canned Spam Act, the Federal Trade Commission, and Andrew Sternke, Chief Executive Officer and Private Investigator at Juris Disputes and Investigations. A 2003 federal law called the Canned Spam Act sets the rules for businesses that send commercial marketing emails. It requires companies to do two things: identify these emails as advertising and tell you how to opt out of receiving future emails from that company. According to the Canned Spam Act and the FTC, once you submit an opt-out request, businesses must remove you from their mailing list within 10 days, and they can no longer sell or transfer your email address. The FTC says there's one exception. Companies can transfer emails on its mailing list to a company that it's hired to help them comply with the Canned Spam Act. If companies don't follow the rules, they can face hefty fines. So Linda, we can verify, no. Businesses are not legally allowed to sell your email address after you unsubscribe from their mailing list. According to cybersecurity expert Andrew Sternke, the removal of emails from a mailing list is a self-regulated process that comes with some issues.
There's nothing saying that they didn't already sell your information, your email, prior to you opting out. They just can't do it once you opt out.
With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till.
What do you have for us
us today. Steph, I'm in the mood for shopping.
Hey, Tori, and hello, DBL Nation. I am so excited to show you the deals today, and believe me, they are just as fabulous as ever. But before we get started, very important news. I want you to know that these items are not guaranteed for a Christmas arrival in the post. So you've got to be aware of that before we get started, okay?
Fair.
So first up, we've got the Kenneth Cole women's puffer coat with a little hood. Look at that. So the deal includes one coat. We've got it available in 3 colors. We've got black, this gorgeous pearl, or magenta. So the Kenneth Cole brand is one of the most trusted brands in outerwear that can be found in high-end stores such as Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom. And now you will not find this jacket online anywhere else because Morning Save have an exclusive deal for you today. And this will be the lowest price they've ever offered on this jacket. So normally it is $225, but we've got it, Tori, for $49.99, which is saving 78%. This one's really light and bright. It's gorgeous, whereas black, you can never go wrong with black, can you?
I love that. Great.
Now, this, Tori, is so amazing. It is a 2-pack Bell & Howell 9-in-1 Super Deluxe tactical pen with a tool card. This deal includes 2 tactical pens and 2 tool cards. So this is cool because there is a flathead and a Phillips head screwdriver. There's a bottle opener in there. There's a whistle. Let me see if I can give it a... There we go. There's also an emergency escape tool. So this is a Morning Save customer favorite that has hundreds of 5-star ratings online. So normally these are $25 each, but we've got 2 for just $14.99, which means you guys are saving 70%.
Everybody could use this tool. Every human being.
So handy.
Keep it in your car.
So our next product is the Villanovum sleep mask with built-in Bluetooth speakers. So this deal includes 1 sleep mask that is the perfect product to help you fall asleep. Now it will block out any light, and the built-in Bluetooth speakers will allow you to doze off to your favorite meditation exercises, podcasts, or calming music. And Morning Save is the exclusive retailer for this Villanovum product, so you cannot get this sleep mask anywhere else. So normally this is $60, but we've got it for just $19.99, which is saving up to 67%. If you struggle to go to sleep without some kind of, I don't know, television or background noise, and then maybe your partner doesn't like that, this is a really good way of getting what you need and blacking everything out and just listening, and then not disturbing anyone else as well.
Good night, everyone.
I know, see ya. And our last product is the Perfect Beauty 12-piece makeup remover towel gift set. So this deal includes 12 makeup remover towels available in 2 different colors. We've got red plaid and leopard. So these towels are reusable, they're machine washable, which means you can stop wasting on makeup remover wipes. So Morning Save is the exclusive retailer for this set. So when they are gone, they are gone. And normally these are $45. They feel amazing, but we've got them for just $14.99. Saving 63% and giving you lovely skin. And you know what's good? Because they're not white, it's not going to really stain like when you're washing your face.
Such a smart move. You're absolutely right. Guys, head on over to morningsave.com to snag these amazing deals, really at the lowest prices, or just scan that QR code right on screen and it will take you directly to these products on Morning Save's website. One more reminder, guys, that these items are not guaranteed for a Christmas arrival. Thank you so much, Steph. We'll be right back.
So I'm not proud of this mini feast, but here's one that would put it to shame. This post on Reddit went viral this week, not for how big and beautiful the spread is, but for how gross it is to have all that food out for so long with so many hovering hands, the commenters pointed out. Of course, 'tis the season to snack, to nibble, to graze, so let's verify, when does food go from gorgeous to gross? We turn to only the finest, freshest sources to find out. A food safety rule of thumb from the Department of Health and Human Services: never leave perishable foods out of the fridge for more than 2 hours. Past that point, it could make you sick.
Sometimes bacteria can cause food to spoil, but other times it can cause food to become unsafe and cause foodborne illness.
But what about cheese? Isn't aging kind of part of the process? Well, the rule still applies. Dairy Management Inc., a trade group that includes the National Dairy Council, says after 2 hours, hard cheeses like cheddar and Gouda need to go back to the fridge, and soft cheeses like brie and mozzarella should be tossed out. And that really goes for anything that belongs in a refrigerator, including raw meats and leftover cooked food.
When in doubt, throw it out.
HHS advises keeping hot foods on a chafing dish or in a warming tray or slow cooker. Anytime food gets between 40 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit, it becomes a feast for bacteria.
I have my own thermometer. I think that's a really good tool for people to have at home.
Even a hot, freshly cooked meal, sauce, or dip won't last once it cools down and enters the danger zone. As soon as it drops below 140, start the 2-hour countdown.
If you think you might have some leftovers, to just heat up and serve a small amount at a time.
And in 2022, we're still unfortunately passing more than just the appetizers. So to prevent the spread of viruses, make sure you have plenty of serving utensils and have people eat off their own plates, keeping their hands off the finger foods.
Just be intentional. Make food safety a part of your plan for your party.
When it comes to food prep, try not to put things out too early because then it starts the clock earlier. Also, use common sense. Wash your hands, wash your knives and your cutting boards for at least 20 seconds. Keep raw foods and prepared foods separately, and check for mold on baked goods before eating or serving. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
The Biden administration issuing billions of dollars in loans to help make electric vehicle batteries. Let's connect the dots. One of the largest automakers in the world working towards its goal of going all electric. General Motors wants to phase out gas vehicles by 2036, but they're going to need a lot of electric batteries to pull that off. Now, the Biden administration issuing a $2.5 billion loan to help build 3 factories in Ohio, Michigan, and Tennessee. It'll help jumpstart domestic battery production. It all comes as several big names expand their electric vehicle production in South Carolina. Volvo and BMW, just a few of the automakers investing billions into electric vehicles. All of this to encourage Americans to hop in the driver's seat of the next generation of vehicles. And that is Connecting the Dots.
I know that when you went to go see your parents, you were going to watch the Sebastian Maniscalco special.
We saved it to watch it with my parents. I already watched it. Hilarious.
Hilarious.
Yeah, that guy grew up a couple towns over from like where we grew up.
It's so Jeff.
Yeah.
Watch it and you'll know Jeff.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Season's greetings from me to you. Be healthy, be happy, and most importantly, be kind to yourself.
I want to wish you all a very healthy and joyous holiday season.
We want to extend all the blessings and joy from our family to you.
From our family here at DBL to yours, we want to wish you a happy holiday season.
All of the love, all the prosperity, all of the joy, because you deserve it.
what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
The White Lotus finale leaves fans wanting more and already anticipating a season 3. Plus, the best shows of 2022. What was your favorite show of the year? A group of labor and delivery nurses get fired for mocking patients on TikTok. Did they deserve to get let go? And comedian Heather McDonald and Grammy winner Jewel will both be here live.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Welcome to DBL. The crew's back, and I didn't get to see the studio decorated. It looks phenomenal. You came back from Chicago, so this is your first time seeing it
Yeah, it looks
decorated,
great.
too.
It looks fantastic.
How was Chicago?
It was great.
Did I see you?
Does this look a little tighter?
I saw you and the kids making handmade raviolis.
Yeah, and eating raviolis and a lot of cheese and drinks and beef sandwiches and
a lot. Did you go to Portillo's?
Of course.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
And
yeah.
your two buddies that we know, Tony.
Oh, I thought you were going to say your two bills. I'm like, yeah, I'm a little past that. But yeah, I saw all my buddies.
Vita Don was not there.
Vita Don was not there, but Mimo was there.
Mimo.
Yeah, Mimo was there. Yeah.
Mimo.
Love it. Okay, so we got to talk about this because everywhere you look on social media, people are talking about the hit HBO series White Lotus. But before I describe it, we're not going to give away spoilers, okay? I have not yet seen the finale. So it's a mystery about a fancy resort hotel. This season it was in Sicily. The finale aired on Sunday, finally revealing who died. And again, no spoilers, but it is at the top of the list of the best TV shows of 2022. And let's be honest, there were a ton of really good shows that aired or streamed this past year. Some other top picks include popular shows like Yellowstone. That show is now in its 5th season. Abbott Elementary is on a lot of lists for the best show of the year. It received 5 Golden Globe nominations yesterday. And The Crown on Netflix was on a number of top show lists this season, but it was all about Charles and Diana's divorce, if you remember, created a lot of controversy on The Crown. So what was your favorite show of 2022, Tori, and what shows did you not like so much?
I loved Severance. I was trying to give it more of a thing, but it didn't work out. Anyway, Severance was my pick. It aired or premiered in February, and I really think it was an allegory for like work life and home life. And what it is, if you're severed, is you can't remember your home life at work or your work life at home. Like your brain has been severed.
Compartmentalized.
Literally. And so it's all about a mystery. Adam Scott. It's just John Turturro, excuse me, but a great. If you're interested in sort of like a mystery suspense, top show of the year for me.
What did you not like?
She-Hulk.
Oh.
I wanted to like it, and I liked Tatiana Maslany, the actress, but it just didn't do well.
Okay.
For me.
For you.
It was a she-boo.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And Jeffrey?
Severance, great show.
Thank you.
Haven't
really
seen
great
it
show.
yet. I gotta watch it. Okay.
Yeah, it's
So
a good one. It's a
good.
good one. Mine is The Offer.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I love that show. I love the time era. It's all like real characters. I love this guy. Miles Teller.
Yes.
Yeah, I love this
guy.
But it's just, you know what I mean? It's just a different era, right? I understand things weren't perfect in the world there, but it was about the making of The Godfather.
Yeah.
Very cool, very old Hollywood, and I really just enjoyed it.
And based on a true story. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's
I
all
loved
true.
it too. I almost
Behind
picked
the scenes.
The Offer. The worst show.
Thanks to you. 1899.
It's not the worst show.
It's the worst show ever. The director passed away or started a drug or alcohol problem. And yeah,
Is that true?
No, it's not true. But the second half of the series is bananas bad. It's so stupid.
Jeffrey Schroeder. I literally looked at TV Guide's top list of TV shows this morning to kind of jog my memory, and 1899 is on there as the top show.
No,
It may
because
not be
people are stupid. That's why. Yeah, that's why. Listen, if you write a fantastic show the first 4 episodes, and then you're just like, well, what are we going to do now? I don't know. Let's bring in this 5-year-old to finish it. Yeah. Watch it. Go ahead. Waste 8 hours of your life.
All right. Okay. Erica, favorite?
I'm going to go with First Wives Club on BET. You know, I love a comeback story, and this really has a lot of great elements of comeback power. Some of my favorite people. Look at Jill Scott. She looks so beautiful. Essence. Oh, my God. Michelle Buteau. I just love them all. I love the spirit of this show.
And do you have a worst?
Okay, I'm going to go with, and I know this is a top one, but I'm going to go with The Watcher. And this is why. It's not because
I liked it.
there was anything wrong with the particular show. It's the way that it made me feel.
Creeped out.
And I can't, apparently that means that it was really good.
No, I'll give you some ammo for that because I really liked it, and then I tend to go on these deep dives to figure out, because it's supposed to be based on a true story. Literally none of it was really true.
None of it was true.
There was like
one thing.
They got a letter.
They had a house and a letter. They got one letter.
Yeah.
That was it. The Watcher, I'm watching nothing. It was terrible. I thought it was terrible.
Okay.
I liked it.
Okay.
Except to the end, but I understand it does give you some creepy vibes.
Yeah, I couldn't like walk around my house freely.
I liked that. How about you, Sam?
So
1899 was your favorite?
No, not at all. I thought it was fantastic.
Well, tell more people about it.
It wasn't my favorite. My favorite is Wednesday. I'm obsessed with Wednesday.
That's a good Sam show.
Oh my gosh. If you guys have not seen Wednesday yet, don't listen to my recommendations, Jeff, because according to you, I have crappy recommendations.
I won't be watching Wednesday.
Wednesday is fantastic. I love it. As far as shows that I hate, football.
Just like in general? Like the sport?
Yes.
The sport of football.
Listen, that just proves my point. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Really? I'm like, what show is football?
Is that on HBO?
It's on every major network.
Yeah, we're familiar, Sam. I'm a season ticket holder. You'll remember.
It's on
Although the
every major
49ers
network.
have this young kid that's quite good.
Really?
Yeah.
Which kid?
Purdy?
Purdy.
The young kid that's
Purdy,
quite
or is his
good.
name Purdy?
No, he's really good.
Oh, and he's Purdy.
So what
he was
position
like a
does
last,
he play?
I have no idea. I just know that my
He's the
parents told me
quarterback.
last night, that he was not a good draft pick, but now all of a sudden
He's Mr.
like,
Insignificant, so that's the last pick of the draft. Long story short, the 49ers' first two quarterbacks got hurt. He was the third string quarterback, and he's coming in. He's a rookie.
It's like
and they have a chance to win the
Seabiscuit.
Super Bowl.
irrelevant.
Yeah.
Irrelevant.
Okay.
No, Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh, okay. You were wrong. You said Mr. Insignificant. That's
Oh, I did?
embarrassing. Yeah, you did.
I'm not embarrassed at all.
Okay,
Yeah.
Tori, before we go, I always make you, because we started with White Lotus, and what do I always make you do? Your Jennifer Coolidge impression. Can you please show the viewers?
Okay, ready? DBL's new and coming up. We got Jewel. Hey, Portia. You hate me. Oh, plus a video on TikTok of, this is serious. Sorry, labor and delivery. Go ahead, Sam, my love.
Labor and delivery
That was pretty good, though. That was pretty good.
Mocking their patients get them in big trouble. We're going to talk all about whether they deserved to be fired. That's coming up next. Thank you.
It's happy holiday season time.
From our DBL family
To yours, we want to wish you
A happy holiday season.
A happy holiday season.
I know.
Overdoing that. That's exactly.
So I love Tori's impressions, but I definitely think Jennifer Coolidge is at the top of my list. Yeah. Then I would say, because I've seen her do quite a bit. So there's Reba, Jennifer Coolidge. Oh, Jodie Foster. Yeah, Tori, do your Jodie Foster. Do I? Tree in the wind. Oh no, I hate that. That's Nell. Tay in the wind. Tay in the wind. It's a really interesting movie. But she also does this. She does this a lot of lip. Yeah. I'll hear you, Hannibal. A little southern. I'm Clarice. I'm Clarice. That's okay. That's all right. Can audience put in another person? Who's another person? To do another impression.
You're really good at impressions.
Who else do you do? I can do this guy.
Okay.
And on the golden bathroom was a golden toilet.
Oh yeah, she's good at that's
Robin Leach.
Robin Leach, Lifestyles of the Rich and the Famous.
Super relevant.
Yeah.
Super relevant.
No, you're good at him.
That's all. No one's heard of him. No, of course not. You don't think it was a good
Everyone
impression?
knows who Robin Leach is.
No, he thinks it was a bad impression.
I don't know the greatest impression.
You said no one knows who Robin Leach is.
Everyone knows Robin Leach.
He was on True Beverly Hills. He was on. Yeah. Okay. What about who else do you think she could do?
Oh, was he nice?
Yeah. Back in like the late 80s. Oh, this is
Okay.
mine. Okay.
Bane
Yeah.
I'm Bane.
Jennifer Coolidge. Just Jennifer Coolidge.
None of those are good.
It's hard out here in these DBL streets.
It really is. It's called a cold room. Freezing. You know?
Do you ever forget to put, I can't say it on, your
Do I feel short or?
Oh, all the time.
Am I okay? Oh, you can say it. You can say I wake up and it's not a word.
Welcome back. Celine Dion recently shocked the world by announcing she's been diagnosed with stiff person syndrome, leaving us all wondering if she'll ever be able to perform again. So what do we know about stiff person syndrome, and is it something that we should all be worried about? To help us with this, we've got the one and only Dr. Coley with us today. Thank you so much, Dr. Coley, for answering our questions. A lot of people have been writing in about this.
Yeah, so Dr. Coley, a lot of us had never heard of this illness until Celine's announcement. What are some of the symptoms and how is it treated?
You know, honestly, it's so rare. It's a 1 in a million that I've only seen one single case of it in my medical training. It was during medical school, very dramatic, because I walked into the room. The person was literally like a board on their bed, couldn't get out of bed, couldn't move, and they had asymmetry, so one side was more involved than the other. But this has been around for some time. It used to be called stiff man syndrome, but then we realized it actually affects females a little more commonly than males, and so they changed the name to stiff person syndrome. And you know, we have our brain and our spinal cord has nerves that control our muscles, and it sends signals through chemicals to control those muscles. And basically the chemicals that are involved in those signals are what's damaged in stiff person syndrome. So the muscles get stuck in the on position. The off chemical is basically affected. So think about it like your stereo with the volume turned up all the way. You know, the muscles are really rigid. And we're not just talking minor muscle spasms. These are muscle spasms that can make you fall over, that can make you scream out in pain, that can prevent you from doing anything. And unfortunately, there's no cure. You just sort of treat the symptoms.
Oh my gosh.
I feel so bad for Celine.
I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine.
Okay, so this next story, sorry, trying to process it, but Dr. Coley, we wanted to get your opinion because this next story is pretty crazy. It's all over. It's gone viral. So the nurses from an Atlanta hospital were fired after posting videos mocking their patients. It's all part of a TikTok trend of people describing their quote-unquote icks or things that annoy them. So let's take a look, and then we're going to talk to Dr. Coley.
My ick is when you come in for your induction talking about, can I take a shower and eat? What? My ick is when you ask me how much the baby weighs and it's still in your hands. Dad comes outside and asks for a paternity test right outside the room door.
So Dr. Coley, what are your thoughts on this? And have you ever encountered anything similar?
You know, this happens all the time behind closed doors in medicine, right? People work in medicine, they get annoyed by things. But this sort of a public display on social media of something so private. You know, when you go into the doctor's office and you close that door, we've taken an oath to keep everything between us and the patient. No matter what they tell you, no matter how egregious it is, no matter how much it might disagree with your beliefs or, you know, the way that you conduct your life. To put it on public display like this, to me, they shouldn't just have been fired. I think they should actually get their medical license revoked. I think these nurses need to be made an example of because this is becoming an epidemic in medicine where doctors are, you know, getting rid of patient privacy, getting rid of patient respect by displaying all types of things like one of my friends who got in big trouble put in his surgery. He was doing a surgery on somebody who had a big tumor in a kind of a strange place, and he put that patient's surgery on social media.
My God.
Now, he didn't use the patient's name, but imagine if you are that patient or that patient's family and you see this kind of a mockery on social media. I mean, this is not a reality show, guys. This is people's lives, their health problems, their ups and their downs, and to make a joke out of it like this, I think is incredibly unprofessional.
Yeah, I thought it was outrageous. I was glad it was Emory University. I was glad they were fired. I also think their medical license, just because of the basic necessity of being kind. Like one of them was like, my ick factor is when somebody wants a blanket.
What if they didn't know? Let me play devil's advocate here, because I'm not condoning it. But what if the person filming them What if they had a couple of followers and they just thought, oh, I'm participating in this trend, you caught me off guard, and then the person uploads it and then boom, and exploded? Again, not condoning it, but do you give them any benefit of the doubt?
No, that's a breach of the Hippocratic Oath, isn't it? I mean, you really can't do that.
And you're being filmed. It's not, you're not having this conversation in the break room. You're performing for social media to get followers. And this is what makes me really upset, because doctors are also jumping onto this trend, and we need to stop it right now.
All right, Dr. Coley, thank you so much for being here and, of course, answering all of our questions. If you have a question for Dr. Coley, please write us. You can also follow Dr. Coley on Twitter at PyleColeyMD, and we could read your question on air. Thanks again, Dr. Coley. We'll be right back with Jewel.
Billions of emails are sent every day, and as we all probably see in our inboxes, many of them are marketing promotions. Verify viewer Linda says her inbox is full of them. She texted our team to ask if a business can sell her email address after she unsubscribed from its mailing list. So Linda, let's verify. Our sources are the Canned Spam Act, the Federal Trade Commission, and Andrew Sternke, Chief Executive Officer and Private Investigator at Juris Disputes and Investigations. A 2003 federal law called the Canned Spam Act sets the rules for businesses that send commercial marketing emails. It requires companies to do two things: identify these emails as advertising and tell you how to opt out of receiving future emails from that company. According to the Canned Spam Act and the FTC, once you submit an opt-out request, businesses must remove you from their mailing list within 10 days, and they can no longer sell or transfer your email address. The FTC says there's one exception. Companies can transfer emails on its mailing list to a company that it's hired to help them comply with the Canned Spam Act. If companies don't follow the rules, they can face hefty fines. So Linda, we can verify, no. Businesses are not legally allowed to sell your email address after you unsubscribe from their mailing list. According to cybersecurity expert Andrew Sternke, the removal of emails from a mailing list is a self-regulated process that comes with some issues.
There's nothing saying that they didn't already sell your information, your email, prior to you opting out. They just can't do it once you opt out.
With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till.
Love me some Jewel. Welcome back to DBL. So our next guest went from a girl who grew up with no running water on an Alaskan homestead to a homeless teenager in San Diego to an award-winning multi-platinum recording artist who released one of the best-selling debuts of all time. Please welcome Jewel.
Wow. Jewel, so good to talk to you today. Big fan, I think we all are. But Freewheelin' Woman is your first studio album in 7 years. How did you lay the groundwork for this, first of all? And are you most proud of one track over another? I'm nervous.
You know, the one you played, oh, it's so sweet. It's so nice to be with you guys. I took 7 years off. I'm a single mom, and I really wanted to focus on my son. That was actually a promise I made myself when I was 18, when I got discovered. I knew with my emotional background that, God forbid, someone like me become famous. That means, you know, it's like every movie you've seen about every celebrity. They end up in drug use and with psychotic breakdowns, and I didn't want that to happen. So I've always taken really big breaks in my career to make sure that my life is my best work of art, not just that my art is my art. But I love this album. It's the first album I've written from scratch, and the song you guys played a clip of is the first one I wrote, and I think it is my favorite.
Oh my gosh, I don't blame you.
It was delicious.
Beautiful. You brought up being a mom, and I think some people are not talking enough about is being a mom with a career, specifically a career in the music industry. Can you share your experience with our audience?
Yeah, I called this album Freewheeling Woman because I wanted it to represent who I am now. I'm a 48-year-old woman, and I'm actually at the height of my singing power. I believe I'm writing better than I've ever written. And for me, as a young woman in this industry, I didn't see women enter motherhood and become mothers and talk about being mothers and watch us age and talk about the entire thing. And I actually mentor several musicians now, young mothers who are trying to figure out how to tour with babies. How do you have your child in school and be a musician? It's obviously a niche market, but it's just particular challenges I think we face as mothers. And most importantly, I wanted people to see I feel empowered. I'm proud of where I am. I fought hard to be where I am as a woman. I get to dictate where my life goes. I'm not beholden to anyone. And I did it as a writer. And so that's why I wanted this album to be written from scratch, to have that feeling.
I love that. Jewel, we're so happy to see your passion for raising mental health awareness. Can you tell us how your own journey paved the way for you to help others?
Yeah, I moved out when I was 15, and I knew statistically kids like me end up repeating the cycle. And I didn't want to be a statistic. I wanted to believe that happiness was for people like me too. But I didn't have money for traditional support systems like therapy. So I started to develop tools that started to help me create new habits. And when I got discovered, one of the first things I did was help form the Inspiring Children Foundation, where we take these behavioral tools that I developed. We worked with neuroscientists to show why they work, how they rewire the brain. And now we're one of the top in the country at helping kids with suicidal and anxiety. And again, it's without therapy. Not that I'm against therapy, not everybody has access. So I've been trying to find ways that could supplement therapy or even work with it. And in doing this, we realized 50% of the nation lives in what I call a mental health desert. They don't actually even have access to any mental health tools, any mental health resources. So that's why we started the #NotAloneChallenge challenge.
So speaking of those tools, Jewel, by the way, you are a jewel. It's lovely hearing from you. Where can our viewers find mental health tools to feel less alone, especially during the holidays, which, to be honest, are really, really hard for a lot of people?
Yeah, we started the #NotAloneChallenge challenge so that we could save lives over the holidays, reminding people they're not alone, but more importantly, not just reminding them they're not alone, but offering free mental health tools. For people to find those tools, they can go to notalonechallenge.org. We're also auctioning off amazing items from actors, CEOs, musicians, athletes, and people can go on there and bid on those auctions, and all the money raises to go toward creating scalable digital mental health tools so that these people in these mental health deserts can finally get help.
She's such a good human being.
What a gift.
What a human,
I know,
right?
I know.
Jeez.
Jewel,
And the auction items, you guys, are so fun. You know Misha Collins from Supernatural? I heard you guys talking about TV shows earlier. He's going to do a custom poem for somebody. The DJ, Charlie Jordan, is going to do a VIP dinner, nightclub experience. You could watch a movie with Chevy Chase. Or the Bryan brothers, if anybody loves tennis, the Bryan brothers will play teams with you at the Miami Open, which is pretty cool.
Oh my God.
Wow, Jewel, do you have a favorite show from 2022?
Gosh, you know, I've been hearing so much about White Lotus. I haven't checked it out yet, but that's on my list.
Yeah.
You are so lucky you get to binge it all at the same time.
Real good.
Jewel, thank you so much. To our viewers, you can find more information on the Not Alone Challenge in Jewel's Instagram bio @Jewel, and use the #NotAloneChallenge to share your own mental health struggles and successes. And of course, you can listen to Freewheeling Woman out now. Thank you so much, Jewel. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Jewel.
There are no more tears, sweetheart.
So I'm not proud of this mini feast, but here's one that would put it to shame. This post on Reddit went viral this week, not for how big and beautiful the spread is, but for how gross it is to have all that food out for so long with so many hovering hands, the commenters pointed out. Of course, 'tis the season to snack, to nibble, to graze, so let's verify, when does food go from gorgeous to gross? We turn to only the finest, freshest sources to find out. A food safety rule of thumb from the Department of Health and Human Services: never leave perishable foods out of the fridge for more than 2 hours. Past that point, it could make you sick.
Sometimes bacteria can cause food to spoil, but other times it can cause food to become unsafe and cause foodborne illness.
But what about cheese? Isn't aging kind of part of the process? Well, the rule still applies. Dairy Management Inc., a trade group that includes the National Dairy Council, says after 2 hours, hard cheeses like cheddar and Gouda need to go back to the fridge, and soft cheeses like brie and mozzarella should be tossed out. And that really goes for anything that belongs in a refrigerator, including raw meats and leftover cooked food.
When in doubt, throw it out.
HHS advises keeping hot foods on a chafing dish or in a warming tray or slow cooker. Anytime food gets between 40 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit, it becomes a feast for bacteria.
I have my own thermometer. I think that's a really good tool for people to have at home.
Even a hot, freshly cooked meal, sauce, or dip won't last once it cools down and enters the danger zone. As soon as it drops below 140, start the 2-hour countdown.
If you think you might have some leftovers, to just heat up and serve a small amount at a time.
And in 2022, we're still unfortunately passing more than just the appetizers. So to prevent the spread of viruses, make sure you have plenty of serving utensils and have people eat off their own plates, keeping their hands off the finger foods.
Just be intentional. Make food safety a part of your plan for your party.
When it comes to food prep, try not to put things out too early because then it starts the clock earlier. Also, use common sense. Wash your hands, wash your knives and your cutting boards for at least 20 seconds. Keep raw foods and prepared foods separately, and check for mold on baked goods before eating or serving. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
The Biden administration issuing billions of dollars in loans to help make electric vehicle batteries. Let's connect the dots. One of the largest automakers in the world, working towards its goal of going all electric. General Motors wants to phase out gas vehicles by 2036, but they're going to need a lot of electric batteries to pull that off. Now, the Biden administration issuing a $2.5 billion loan to help build 3 factories in Ohio, Michigan, and Tennessee. It'll help jumpstart domestic battery production. It all comes as several big names expand their electric vehicle production in South Carolina. Volvo and BMW, just a few of the automakers investing billions into electric vehicles. All of this to encourage Americans to hop in the driver's seat of the next generation of vehicles. And that is Connecting the Dots.
Well, we have a lot of comments in regard to Jewel. Barbara says she is such a great example of using her platform for a great cause that she actually lived through herself, a genuinely good soul. And Jamie says, thank you for discussing the subject of mental health. Good for her.
Yeah.
She's really lived a tumultuous life.
And a successful one.
Yes, amazing.
Comeback story.
Yeah, she is.
I wanted to tell her you're saving a lot of souls. You get that joke?
Yeah, you will save your soul.
Thanks for
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of
And
the
the
show
impression.
online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Comedian Heather McDonald will be here live. She's giving us the scoop on her podcast. And the stars came out for the big Avatar premiere last night. Will it end up being the biggest movie of the year?
Running warm, being feverish. What's the difference? And when you're sick, why does it matter? Searches for what qualifies as a fever shot up this weekend online. So let's verify. Our sources are the CDC, several hospitals, and Dr. Michael Knight from George Washington University.
Sure. So fever is when our body starts to react to either an infection or our immune system is revved up, if you will, because of an autoimmune condition.
And your body temperature rises. Regardless of if you're a person who runs hot or you're someone who's always cold, our experts agree that most healthcare providers consider a temperature of 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit or above to be a fever. Though Cedars-Sinai Hospital explains that anything from 99.6 to 100.3 could be considered a low-grade fever.
When we think about what is a fever, it's when the temperature of the body is higher than your our average temperature.
A fever is a sign your immune system is at work, but it's still a symptom that you can treat, kind of like a cough or a headache. So Dr. Knight says not to worry about taking something to bring a fever down, to help you feel better and avoid dehydration.
Fever reducers such as acetaminophen, ibuprofen, or aspirin have not been shown to prevent your body from fighting an infection.
And because fevers are just another symptom of illness, you might not have a fever even if you are sick. So if you are experiencing other signs of illness, it's worth checking in with your doctor. And if you do have a fever, the CDC recommends waiting until 24 hours after your temperature normalizes to go back to work. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all, just stop. This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. So the stars did come out to walk the blue carpet for the Avatar, The Way of the Water premiere in Los Angeles. Zoe Saldana looked stunning, you guys. Look at her in this black strapless gown. Her co-star Sam Worthington made an appearance. They both starred in the original back in 2009. It's been that long. Wow. Sigourney Weaver is back, but this time plays the adopted daughter of Sam and Zoe's characters. She played Dr. Grace Augustine in the first film. And singers The Weeknd and her both released new music on the film's soundtrack. But missing from the premiere was the film's director, James Cameron. He had to skip it after catching COVID. The film reportedly cost $250 million, but James said earlier it will need to make $2 billion in order to even turn a profit. So, question is, will Avatar be the biggest movie of the year, Tori? Is it going to beat Top Gun? What do you think? What?
$2 billion? You have to be, let me look this up, I saw it, the third or fourth highest grossing film in history to break even. This is the dumbest move ever. 2009 was too long ago to have people have momentum to want to get back in the theater. Plus, the CGI, to me, is not any heart. There's no investment in these characters. I felt more investment with like the Brontosaurus in 1993 from Jurassic Park because there's heart there. Avatar is just too overblown, too much money. I think it's gonna sink in the way of the water.
What?
It's the name of the film.
Avatar has so much humanity. First of all, the $2 billion, you're not remembering all the licensing deals. So I'm sure he's banking on the fact that there's going to be T-shirts and hats and figurines and all types of sorts of things.
But is it like still trendy now? I feel like Avatar, I don't know.
Well, is Avatar on that top whatever list you have?
Well, no, because it's been like 20 years.
Yeah, I still think it might be on the top.
No, it has. Now it did. The first one did, and I'm not saying it couldn't. I'm just saying to have that much momentum after it already has done that after many, many years. To me, I'm not seeing people racing to get in line to go see Avatar, and you need people in line for this.
Well, he hasn't been sitting on his hands, and to go see this is going to draw people back to the theater, right? If you're going to see a movie in the theater at all after COVID and all this, you're going to see Avatar in 3D. And if you're bringing your family, that ticket's over $100. So it's not like a $10 pop each time. I think he's going to make his money back because this is going to go international, right? And then with all the merchandising, the rides at Disney, whoever made it. He's been working on this for 10 years, and it's James Cameron. The whole time he's been working. It's going to be good. He's going to get big numbers.
It's going to blow our
Avatar
minds.
1 is probably in the top 5, I would say, I don't know, of all-time grossing films. Now, because of inflation, tickets are a little bit more. I think they're going to hit that number.
I'm just told that Avatar is the top grossing movie of all time.
It was. It was amazing of all time. No, I'm saying the second one has to then be their third or fourth highest of all time to even break even.
She's not kidding.
I just think Avatar stinks.
Yeah.
Avatar stinks.
I understood. See, y'all are invested in it. I've never seen Avatar, and I never had any desire to see it.
Awful.
So I'm coming at it, thinking of it a little differently, and what Tori said made a lot of sense. They would have to at least do, well, close to what they did the first time.
Right.
And the truth is, the first time I remember people saying it's something like we've never seen before.
Yes.
That was the big pull to
And now
get
you've seen
people
it.
to the theater. I'm just more like bummed for James Cameron. Like, you spend all this time and resource, and you can't even go to the premiere. Like, dang, that sucks.
Are the premieres getting, like, when I saw everybody, like, isn't it getting a little like, just watch the movie? You know what I mean? I don't care.
They're doing these.
Yeah, the blue carpet. Yeah, I'm over it.
Didn't you go to your movie premiere, the movie that you were in?
Yeah, it was a step and repeat, and I didn't like it.
Yeah, right.
No, I didn't. I think it's corny. I think it's corny. I really do. I'm not just saying that. I just think, like, great, you did the movie, you got paid millions of dollars, now you need to pose. I don't know, just get in there.
Too much.
Go out to dinner, go home. Yeah.
Okay. It turns out we've been saying Brendan Fraser's name wrong. We all thought it was Fraser, like the Cheers character, right? Well, he revealed the correct way to say it during a conversation with Adam Sandler. Take a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brendan Fraser. How do you say it now?
Fraser. Like
I'm going to say Fraser anyway. Let me say Fraser.
Get a shave.
But I.
You know what? Nobody's ever got my name.
Brendan Fraser. See, it didn't sound right.
It felt good though.
All right.
It doesn't sound right. Brendan's new movie, The Whale, has also been receiving some criticism over the fact that he wore a fat suit in the film, but the movie's director says he doesn't understand the backlash. He said the goal was to make Brendan's 600-pound character look as realistic as possible, because if it didn't look real, it would look like a joke. He added that people with obesity are often portrayed as bad guys or as punchlines, but the character in The Whale is a complete person with both good and bad parts about him. Listen, we hear mixed reviews about The Whale. Most people are saying that he gave an extraordinary performance. What about us getting his name? So it's Brendan Fraser.
Yeah.
Like Razor.
Right, and then I watched the Adam Sandler interview. He kept calling him Fraser. And he was like, I guess it doesn't matter. I felt so bad. And yeah, I never would have thought, but it's more Irish, Fraser.
Well, if you're looking at it, it's like we just really just want to say what we want to say is what it really comes down to it. It's like all of a sudden we just we had this issue earlier this week. We defy the rules of just basic phonics, okay? It looks like Fraser. It's more comfortable for people to say Fraser, but it also shows how little we really have invested in simple human things like learning people's names, because for Rihanna to be called Rihanna for all these years, or Adele to be called Adele to be called Adele, I still can't do it. I'm really trying hard, y'all.
I think it's like Adele.
I'm trying so hard.
Adele.
But it just shows you that we don't give people that type of respect to actually learn and say their name correctly until they've become such a big name that you're like, oh, is that the truth? And we still don't do it. If you listen to the radio, and Rihanna, she said it was Rihanna. I'm going to call her Rihanna.
After how long, though? I think there's got to be a time limit.
It's their name.
Yeah, but after a certain time, you're Fraser.
Okay,
you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, it's over.
I kind of know what you mean.
It's 20 years later.
It's part of the pop culture vernacular. Yeah, it's weird to say Brendan Fraser. I get it. It's wrong and disrespectful, but I totally get it.
Speaking of the movie I was in, they spelled my name wrong in the opening credits.
Yeah.
But I don't care. I really don't.
Jeff.
It's not terrible. What's terrible about it? They forgot like an H in there or something.
Oh man.
But what? Oh man. What do you care?
Because people, if they want to Google you, might get it wrong.
So you don't think you're going to find me without an H?
They don't find him.
Well, there is a drummer.
Guitarist. No, a guitarist.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, but I don't care. In the scheme of things, who cares?
Well, some people do care because their name is their identity, so they care.
I don't care. Fraser. Call me Pete. I don't care.
All right,
my name is Pete. 2003 Pete.
People have butchered my last name my whole
2023.
life.
2003. Wait, what do they call you?
They just can't pronounce Shocker. Oh. Or they would do other things.
Does it bother you? The other things, yes. The name pronunciation.
In high school, the other things, the hand shoulder would bother me.
Yep.
And then, well, yes. And then, people not being able to say shocker and chaser and chacher bother.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
But if people you didn't care about said your name wrong, would you care about it? Is what I'm saying.
Every time I do an interview, it's Samantha Chacher. Yeah, it bothers me.
It does?
Yes.
Who cares?
I care. Right? My mom and dad are watching. That's their.
But they know it's you. What's the difference?
But that's my dad's surname.
Like when they call me Tony Schoolman, I didn't feel good about it.
Who called you Tony Schoolman?
It was in a write-up about the show. They put her as.
I've been Troy.
That's right. We had
I'm often Eric. I don't know why people just can't get the A.
Well, don't people call our show like the Daily
Double,
Beast
the
or
Daily
Double?
Blast?
Now that bothers me. I don't know why, but.
Okay. Coming up on here. Friend of the show, Heather McDonald will be here live. Yes. There she is. We can't wait to talk with her coming up next. Ooh, look at her highlighter. It looks so good. This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that.
Great research.
DBL is all new every day.
Someone once wrote us in and said, I just love watching the Daily Double. I'm like, that's definitely not what we're called. But yeah, he found someone who knew our name. That's like a first for us. This is really big.
Yeah, I was at Panera Bread, so you're probably watching online because this was agenda. But someone came up to me and they're like, wow, you're Jeff from Daily Blast Live. And I was like, wow, you got her name right. And then she's like, oh yeah, I love it. Erica, Al, Sam, Tori. She named everybody. I wish this was on television because she probably doesn't watch the YouTube, but she loves it every day. And thanks for saying her name right.
What's her name? Do you remember her name?
I didn't ask.
That's so cruel.
Well, my kids were there getting sodas and stuff. What do you want me to do? Take her out to lunch? You know?
First of all, I do imagine, I travel with 2 dogs, and I'm like, that's so annoying. But traveling with children, 1 to 10, how bad is it?
This last time I just got back from Chicago, for people online who thought I got fired.
Did they really?
Yeah, there's been a little buzz. I just got back from Chicago, and the kids were good. They were good. They're getting older. They're 6 and 4 now.
They're very polite.
They're getting good. Lawson's really good. Layton's still a little bit of that guy.
Yeah,
He's
but
4.
they came
He's
in
young.
and you asked to give him a handshake to Al, and little Layton put out his tiny little hand.
Yeah,
for
they're good
Al.
kids. They're good
They're
kids.
very polite, and very, and yeah, you should be very proud.
But you could, traveling's a little easier now. So it was maybe more trips in the future.
Yeah, and it was a big airplane.
Yeah, the big ones, I don't know if you guys flown with the 4 in the middle.
That's
so
nice.
Our family fits in there. You could jam the kids in there and duct tape them to the seat.
That's not what he does. Don't try that at home.
Welcome back. She is a comedy writer for stars like Chelsea Handler, but she's also a stand-up comedian and a major Bravo-holic. Heather McDonald joins us live with some juicy scoop about the Housewives and here to tell us what she's been up to lately. Heather!
Yes.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Well, you look beautiful, and before we get started, I just wanted to say, although we are excited for some juicy scoops, definitely, I really wanted you to share with us, if you could, about that scary hotel experience, and it really inspired you to warn other women traveling alone, which I really thank you for. Can you tell us just what happened real quick?
Yeah, so I was at a hotel on the road, and it was the afternoon, and my producer, who's a young female, she had just left the room. So normally I always double lock the door, but it was in the afternoon, and she had just left. And a couple minutes later, there was like a knock on the door, and before I opened it, I was like, yes. And it was a man, and he said, oh, I have to come in and fix something. And I'm like, no, I never ordered anything. And then it was like, he's like, no, I have stuff to drop off for housekeeping. And I'm like, no, I don't need anything. I just checked in like an hour ago. And so then I looked, and I could see that he walked away, and he didn't have a housekeeping card. Wow. He was wearing regular clothes. So then I called downstairs, and I told them what the situation was. And they never called me back to say, oh, that was Raul and he got the wrong door, And so then I thought about it. I'm like, I'm just going to tell the story right now on TikTok right now to warn people not to open the door, to tell them to leave things by the door if they need it, if you're alone. And the response I got, it went viral, but what women do on the road, they had people say, I leave the TV on. I say, goodbye, honey. I pretend that I'm traveling with a man. This was one of those hotels that didn't have the key. You didn't need a key to go upstairs. We'd also come in and eaten at the restaurant like at 2 in the afternoon. So it was just very, very strange. And it's the amount of stories like that out there. So you just have to be really extra careful, especially if you're a female traveling alone.
Thank you for sharing that
Wow,
story.
that's
I
scary.
heard about it on my own. Yeah, I was like,
So Heather, let's get to your podcast, Juicy Scoop. It launched 7 years ago. So what's so juicy about your podcast, Juicy Scoop?
You want to say it again?
Juicy Scoop. It was a term I used for a long time, and I've always loved pop culture, but I also really like to go deep into whatever I think is juicy, whether it's a crime, something that's happening in reality, in the reality world of TV, celebrities, and then go deeper and be like, what was the layers to this? How does it relate to just someone at home listening to the normal life, that their relationship could even have elements that are similar to a Harry and Meghan, with a half sister or not inviting someone to the wedding. So I always feel like you can take anything that's juicy in the headlines and kind of go deeper. And that's why I think people love the podcast.
Well, I've listened to Juicy Scoop. I'm actually subscribed to Juicy
Hello.
Scoop. Yes, absolutely. Because I love how you just say it and you don't pull a whole like any punches. And sometimes I'll be like, "What'd she just say?" And I'll listen again. But let's talk about, because you went on a girls' trip, you went on a girls' trip, if you went on a girls' trip, Lord, which 2 housewives would you pick to join you, and where would you go?
Ooh, that's good.
Well, I'll always pick someplace warm over like a skiing situation, because nothing better than just like walking in Mexico. And I like a beautiful resort, and I was thinking about it, and definitely Kathy Hilton, because I've only met her a couple times, and I really feel like we don't know enough about her. But I think on a girls' trip, a few days with me, I would get the real juicy scoop about her life, her childhood, Kyle, her sister, Paris, everything. Did she do the lipstick thing on purpose to draw attention from Mariska? Like, what is the scoop there? And then I definitely would take Garcelle, because Garcelle and Kathy get along. I've worked with Garcelle, and I just think she's so laid back and chill, and she does say it like it is. And I just like her expressions, and you just know what she's thinking when she's just like, annoyed with people. So those 2. I think would be a really fun time.
I hope cameras would follow you. That would be juicy.
That would be.
I would want to see everything. I would want to be a fly on the wall. But I have to get your opinion. We have a minute left. What do you make of the New York cast being canceled and replaced?
I was not happy about it. I thought we were going to have both of them. So hopefully the legacy will come back. But I guess Ramona said that she's definitely not coming back, and the only reason I'm sad about that is because Ramona is my easiest character to do an impersonation. Well, if she was here, she'd be like, you know what, I'm really glad you asked me about that. Okay, it's really upsetting. I was one of the first housewives. I support women. A lot of people doesn't. Bethany doesn't support women. A lot of people don't support women. I've always been there. I'm always ready to have some good time, meet some hot guys. So I'm sad. I'm sad about Ramona.
That was so good. Nailed it. Heather, I want Tori to quickly do her Jennifer Coolidge for you.
Hi there, Heather.
Well, I love Jennifer. I know her personally. I just talked to her on the phone on Saturday.
Don't mention this, please.
Yes. And I was like, and she's like, and she's a juicy scooper, and she's like, what, Heather, you just tell it like it is. You don't care.
Say it.
Just say it. Yeah.
Oh
and
my
I
God.
go, how do you feel that you're an icon now? And she goes, what does that even mean?
She is.
It's like, so I love it. I love that. And I love that she's nominated and everything.
Amen.
So, lots of good things for her. But I did know that they were going to kill her.
Heather, we gotta go. We have a heart out.
Goodbye.
Thank you for joining us. DBL Nation, subscribe to Juicy Scoop.
Billions of emails are sent every day. And as we all probably see in our inboxes, many of them are marketing promotions. Verify viewer Linda says her inbox is full of them. She texted our team to ask if a business can sell her email address after she unsubscribed from its mailing list. So Linda, let's verify. Our sources are the Canned Spam Act, the Federal Trade Commission, and Andrew Sternke, Chief Executive Officer and Private Investigator at Juris Disputes and Investigations. A 2003 federal law called the Can-Spam Act sets the rules for businesses that send commercial marketing emails. It requires companies to do two things: identify these emails as advertising and tell you how to opt out of receiving future emails from that company. According to the Can-Spam Act and the FTC, once you submit an opt-out request, businesses must remove you from their mailing list within 10 days, and they can no longer sell or transfer your email address. The FTC says there's one exception. Companies can transfer emails on its mailing list to a company that it's hired to help them comply with the Can-Spam Act. If companies don't follow the rules, they can face hefty fines. So, Linda, we can verify, no. Businesses are not legally allowed to sell your email address after you unsubscribe from their mailing list. According to cybersecurity expert Andrew Sternke, the removal of emails from a mailing list is a self-regulated process that comes with some issues.
There's nothing saying that they didn't already sell your information, your email, prior to you opting out. They just can't do it once you opt out.
With your Verify, I'm Adiante Till.
What do you have for us today, Steph? I'm in the mood for shopping.
Hey, Tori, and hello, DBL Nation. I am so excited to show you the deals today, and believe me, they are just as fabulous as ever. But before we get started, very important news. I want you to know that these items are not guaranteed for a Christmas arrival in the post. So you've got to be aware of that before we get started, okay?
Fair.
So first up, we've got the Kenneth Cole women's puffer coat with a little hood. Look at that. So the deal includes one coat. We've got it available in 3 colors. We've got black, this gorgeous pearl, or magenta. So the Kenneth Cole brand is one of the most trusted brands in outerwear that can be found in high-end stores such as Bloomingdale's and Nordstrom. And now you will not find this jacket online anywhere else because Morning Save have an exclusive deal for you today. And this will be the lowest price they've ever offered on this jacket. Ooh. So normally it is $225, but we've got it, Tori, for $49.99, which is saving 78%. This one's really light and bright. It's gorgeous, whereas black, you can never go wrong with black, can you?
I love that. Great.
Now, this, Tori, is so amazing. It is a 2-pack Bell & Howell 9-in-1 Super Deluxe tactical pen with a tool card. This deal includes 2 tactical pens and 2 tool cards. So this is cool because there is a flathead and a Phillips head screwdriver. Ooh. There's a bottle opener in there. There's a whistle. Let me see if I can give it a... Ooh. There we go. There's also an emergency escape tool. So this is a Morning Save customer favorite that has hundreds of 5-star ratings online. So normally these are $25 each, but we've got 2 for just $14.99, which means you guys are saving 70%.
Everybody could use this tool. Every human being.
So handy.
Keep it in your car.
So our next product is the Villanova sleep mask with built-in Bluetooth speakers. Whoa. So this deal includes 1 sleep mask that is the perfect product to help you fall asleep. Now it will block out any light, and the built-in Bluetooth speakers will allow you to doze off to your favorite meditation exercises, podcasts, or calming music. And Morning Save is the exclusive retailer for this Villanova product, so you cannot get this sleep mask anywhere else. Oh. So normally this is $60, but we've got it for just $19.99, which is saving up to 67%. If you struggle to go to sleep without some kind of, I don't know, television or background noise, and then maybe your partner doesn't like that, this is a really good way of getting what you need and blacking everything out and just listening, and then not disturbing anyone else as well.
Love this. Good night, everyone.
I know. See ya. And our last product is the Perfect Beauty 12-piece makeup remover towel
gift set. So this deal includes 12 makeup remover towels available in 2 different colors. We've got red, plaid and leopard. So these towels are reusable, they're machine washable, which means you can stop wasting on makeup remover wipes. So Morning Save is the exclusive retailer for this set. So when they are gone, they are gone. And normally these are $45. They feel amazing, but we've got them for just $14.99, saving 63% and giving you lovely skin. And you know what's good? Because they're not white, it's not going to really stain like when you're washing your face.
Such a smart move. You're absolutely right. Guys, head on over to morningsave.com to snag these amazing deals, really at the lowest prices, or just scan that QR code right on screen and it will take you directly to these products on Morning Save's website. One more reminder, guys, that these items are not guaranteed for a Christmas arrival. Thank you so much, Steph. We'll be right back.
So I'm not proud of this mini feast, but here's one that would put it to shame. This post on Reddit went viral this week, not for how big and beautiful the spread is, but for how gross it is to have all that food out for so long with so many hovering hands, the commenters pointed out. Of course, 'tis the season to snack, to nibble, to graze, so let's verify, when does food go from gorgeous to gross? We turn to only the finest, freshest sources to find out. A food safety rule of thumb from the Department of Health and Human Services: never leave perishable foods out of the fridge for more than 2 hours. Past that point, it could make you sick.
Sometimes bacteria can cause food to spoil, but other times it can cause food to become unsafe and cause foodborne illness.
But what about cheese? Isn't aging kind of part of the process? Well, the rule still applies. Dairy Management Inc., a trade group that includes the National Dairy Council, says after 2 hours, hard cheeses like cheddar and Gouda need to go back to the fridge, and soft cheeses like brie and mozzarella should be tossed out. And that really goes for anything that belongs in a refrigerator, including raw meats and leftover cooked food.
When in doubt, throw it out.
HHS advises keeping hot foods on a chafing dish or in a warming tray or slow cooker. Anytime food gets between 40 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit, it becomes a feast for bacteria.
I have my own thermometer. I think that's a really good tool for people to have at home.
Even a hot, freshly cooked meal, sauce, or dip won't last once it cools down and enters the danger zone. As soon as it drops below 140, start the 2-hour countdown.
If you think you might have some leftovers, to just heat up and serve a small amount at a time.
And in 2022, we're still unfortunately passing more than just the appetizers. So to prevent the spread of viruses, make sure you have plenty of serving utensils and have people eat off their own plates, keeping their hands off the finger food.
Just be intentional. Make food safety a part of your plan for your party.
When it comes to food prep, try not to put things out too early because then it starts the clock earlier. Also, use common sense. Wash your hands, wash your knives and your cutting boards for at least 20 seconds. Keep raw foods and prepared foods separately, and check for mold on baked goods before eating or serving. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
The Biden administration issuing billions of dollars in loans to help make electric vehicle batteries. Let's connect the dots. One of the largest automakers in the world, working towards its goal of going all electric. General Motors wants to phase out gas vehicles by 2036, but they're going to need a lot of electric batteries to pull that off. Now, the Biden administration issuing a $2.5 billion loan to help build 3 factories in Ohio, Michigan, and Tennessee. It'll help jumpstart domestic battery production. It all comes as several big names expand their electric vehicle production in South Carolina. Volvo and BMW, just a few of the automakers investing billions into electric vehicles. All of this to encourage Americans to hop in the driver's seat of the next generation of vehicles. And that is Connecting the Dots.
I know that when you went to go see your parents, you're going to watch the Sebastian Maniscalco special.
We saved it to watch it with my parents. I already watched it. Hilarious.
Hilarious.
Yeah, that guy grew up a couple towns over from like where we grew up.
It's so Jeff.
Yeah.
Watch it and you'll know Jeff.
where hope finds help, where courage meets conviction, where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities, where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Season's greetings from me to you. Be healthy, be happy, and most importantly, be kind to yourself.
I want to wish you all a very healthy and joyous holiday season.
We want to extend all the blessings and joy from our family to you.
From our family here at DBL to yours, we want to wish you a happy holiday season.
All of the love, all the prosperity, all of the joy, because you deserve it.